How was your week? Let me know in the chat box, guys. Good morning. Good. Guys, let me know one thing. I have seen people are still submitting assignment of the. Let me open the assignment sets. So I'm wondering, you guys are really and that behind. That was surprised for me. So still I see uh, assignment from the week 5. So at least how I know, I do not know, check your assignments. So your assignment is checked by your commenters, but so on the week 5 assignment, you had to write the comment, right? Your learnings on the YouTube video and what is the real time use case. And I still see the comment, okay, every day there. So, what is the situation? You guys are still in the week 5 or what? Let me know in the chat box. Weeks submitted week 4, week 5 last week, but there is issues that I not arrived. Okay, very busy week. So, guys, is assignment is too much? Miss is taking a lot of effort from your side. I mean, week 6. Okay, I see. Anuradha. Manish, good morning. Abhishek, very good morning. कैसे हो आप लोग? Assignments are very cumbersome. Good morning, all. Yes, lagging behind due to personal issues, and yes, assignment are bit lengthy. Okay. Makes sense. AWS was too difficult to understand. I put a lot of effort and readings. Melissa, okay, makes sense. I had issues with the Azure free account, card didn't work. Yes, guys, so I have come to know there is a problem with the people who is especially in the South Africa in Nigeria region. So it's not supports, but I think you need to create some different types of card. So one of co-mentor is from there, Novel. I think he sent the message in our private channel, and I think he's helping you guys. So please follow his instruction. You will be able to manage it. I will submit my week 6 assignment today, not 8 done at the last week. Okay, good. So guys, do you think I think if you see, right, so week 5 was, it was sort of free week, right? So we made our assignment very light, so you will be able to cover up your last week's previous week's assignments. So I was in impression in the week 5, but this it will be lightweight for you, so it will help you complete your all past week assignments. So that didn't help. Even you can unmute yourself, no problem. Now we are talking to each other, so feel free to unmute yourself.
For me, it was helping because I could catch up week 4 and week 5.
Mhm.
So I finished this one. Just have to look why it doesn't arrived. Yes, but it was very helping this one. I was very grateful to get this extended deadline for Saturday. Yeah.
Great, super, good to know. No week assignment was light too. No weeks. Okay, means you need no assignment at all in a week, so it will be light for you. I think it makes sense, yeah. So, but yeah, in week few assignment, okay, still yeah, still you have to learn. I see you have to. It was only about the watching the video, right? And then doing your last week assignment, and one assignment was there for high availability with the cloud formation. Okay, I think maybe that consumes some time. So this is cloud formation is not easy for you. That makes sense. Every week assignment was loaded. Okay, perfect. Makes sense. So create new account, Chinni, no problem. Okay, guys, perfect. So thank you so much for your feedback, and maybe I will create one form, okay, and I would like to take your inputs. So maybe if needed, we can take one more week of the free week, and then you try to complete your assignments. Okay, so not meaning it's meaningless going and completing whole this cohort, right? And if you people are not able to do the assignments, then it's pointless. Whole motive of this whole cohort is you people do hands-on as much as you can, complete the assignments, right? Then get the real knowledge what you need, because once you complete this cohort, I don't think again you go back and do the assignments. Maybe some of you of course can do that who is highly motivated, right? So but I think we can do something like this. I joined first time. I want to. I'm very interested to learning new insights that support my cloud. Of course, you are welcome. Free week will be great. Okay, guys, perfect. So let me think, and I will also discuss with your co-mentors. Okay, we will always discuss with the co-mentors. Okay, so we take their inputs, their thoughts, and then we do this whole planning. So maybe we can come up with the one free week, and then we see how we can get most out of it. Perfect. With that notes, guys, welcome everyone once again, and let me share my screen. First, let me present my screen. Yes, here is my Zoom, and share my screen. Perfect. Now I believe you can see my screen. And now I need to make sure I see you all people on the different place. So I'm adjusting my screen a little bit so I can see you all people name. I also want to see your chat. So again, I need to bring that on the different screen, and I see. Perfect. Difficult to complete the assignments, hectic weeks for me because of my work responsibilities. Prativa, totally understand. No problem. We'll get some free weeks. Okay, guys. So I will work on this. I will discuss with the commenters and we see how many days or maybe week you need, and we can plan accordingly. So no worries. Perfect. Now I need to do a little bit arrangement with my main screen so I can see you people picture as well. If your camera is on, and here it goes. All good. Now let me adjust this screen bit. Okay, guys. So what happened? Just a second. Sorry guys, I need to adjust my screen. Something is not working as expected. Okay, people, perfect. So if you can see me and I'm loud and clear, please type essay in the chat box. Fantastic, guys. So what a energy. Nice. Perfect. Guys, I have very humble request to everyone. Please get out of your all distraction. If you have any tabs that is open that might distract you, maybe someone around you who could distract you, so get out of all those distraction. And if you are with me, you are with your co-mentors, we are going to help you, support you today. So please type focus in the chat box. Love the energy, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Super energy in the chat box. Love it. Perfect. So guys, today we are going to start very important topics of this cohort, Terraform. And this is infrastructure as a code. And let's do quick recap what we have covered so far. So people who are new, they already know where we are, what we are doing. So we started this cohort with some fundamental knowledge like how network works, then also about the internet, then application stack, then we went to the Git and GitHub. No, we went to the Linux first, Linux, then Git and GitHub. Then we looked into the DevOps life cycle, where we understood where we used a DevOps in software development life cycle. Then we started with the AWS, and then again we had 2 weeks for the AWS. Then we also understood the Azure. Now, we are going to start this new topic, Terraform. So if you see, so all these were the prerequisite. Okay, so you has to know all those topics. Then we covered the cloud because everything's what we do in today world in IT. 70% of workload, I can say this is in the cloud, not 70%, maybe 60%. Still many company they has to do the migration. Okay, so you know this cloud very well. And from here, you're going to start talking about the tools and the automation. And the first tool we are going to look into this is Terraform. Guys, if you are with me, all clear, all good, type good in the chat box. Fantastic. Super. So let's start. What is our agenda for the day? So we are going to understand different Terraform concepts. So as we know, Terraform is the infrastructure as a code. So first we will try to understand what exactly infrastructure as a code is. Then we jump into the Terraform. I will give you some details, informations about the Terraform. Why do we need the Terraform? What is capability of the Terraform that make it different from the other available tool in the market? Then we go into deeper little bit and try to understand different features, element of the Terraform, like what is the providers, what is variables, and advanced features. There's so many. Let's not go in that. Then we understand Terraform module. How do we make our infrastructure shareable, which can be reused? Then we look into the state file, very important concepts. You will be tested in your interviews on these concepts, again on the module. Then we also understand the workspace. So when you work in the real-time environment, real-time customer projects, when you manage multiple environment, right? So how do you run your infrastructure from the same computer for the different environment? That's why we use workspace. So this is our agenda for today. And as I said, here I planned a lot of small assignments. Okay, not sorry, a small task that I'm going to do and show you. So today our 70% content going to be practical to make sure you all understand practically, not theoretically. Guys, so far so all good, all clear, type good in the chat box. Fantastic. Super. Thank you so much. What energy, guys. Love it. Great. Perfect. Now, let's start with the first topic. What is infrastructure as a code? So first thing first, why do we need a infrastructure as a code? So, in the previous week and so far in this course, right, you are deploying a application called the Epic Book, right? The Epic Book. And this is our monolith application, and that you have deployed this application in your AWS account, in Azure account, right? And now you know if you need to deploy this application, what you need to do. You can log into AWS or maybe Azure based on your needs, console. Then first things first, what you do, guys, type in the chat box. So once you logged into your maybe Azure or AWS account to deploy our the Epic Book application, what you will do, what will be your steps? You will go, you will not create a VM, you will select a region, perfectly makes sense, right? Then you need to create your network, right? You will create the network first. Then you go and create the virtual machine within your network, right? Then you will create the database. You will configure the security, right? Then you mix your this applications content, talk to your backend, right? So these all the steps you are going to do it, right? So it will take maybe 5 to 6 hours, correct? Guys, are you on the same page? Perfect. Now, if again, so whatever you did, you have done for the development environment, right? Now you have to go and do same thing on your UAT environment. Then you have to do same thing in the production environment. Same steps. We are the human, right? I'm sure when you go and start doing this setup in the UAT environment, again, same thing on the production environment, you will miss some of the steps. You will misconfigure security group. You maybe forget to attach the storage. Maybe you will create the resources with the bigger capacity, right? So problem is that the environment here, the UAT environment, that's supposed to be behave exactly same as the development, it will start behaving differently. Then what you will do? You are the expert now. Now you know how to set up these environments. You can go ahead and start debugging, right? And maybe it will take a couple of hours, and finally you will make it work, right? So what you see, this is the problem, right? So when you are going to set up the new environment, then you have to do all those steps. And what you did so far, everything you have did manually, right? It means when you go and do again same things for the different environment, the environment that's supposed to behave exactly same, that will behave differently, right? For the different environment. So this is the problem with the manual infrastructure management. What are different problems? So first problem, you see, this is the slow, right? If you spend around 5 to 6 hours to set up your development environment, same amount of time you have to give for the UAT environment. Maybe same amount of time you have to give for your production environment. So this is slow, right? Again, as we understood, this is prone to error. We are the human, right? We are likely to make a mistakes. We will make some mistakes. Then again, you will go and try to fix this. Of course, you can fix this, right? So that is another problem. What is third problem? Third problem is impossible to scale, right? So here, this is just, we have understood, we have the three environment, right? For the one application. Now imagine you are part of the big organization and you are working as a DevOps engineer, and you have to work on the 10 application. And each application has the three environment, means you have 30 environment, right? So this is impossible to scale if you are doing everything manually, right? So for that, we need the better solution. If you are in this kind of environment where you have to set up hundreds of the servers across multiple environment, right? So we need something that can make our life easier. And that's where we use infrastructure as a code. So what is infrastructure as a code? Let's understand this. But before that, guys, if everything is clear, type clear in the chat box. Very nice. So what is infrastructure as a code? Infrastructure as a code is a practice of defining cloud infrastructure using a code. What is this code? So basically, we describe our infrastructure, the way we want to configure, the way you want it to looks like, the way you want it to behave in a configuration file. How this looks like, maybe you already understood from the cloud formation session. If not, no worries, I'm going to show you in a moment, right? So what is infrastructure as a code? So this is practice of defining your infrastructure. What is infrastructure? Your network, virtual machine, storage, your database, each and everything. So this is practice of defining your infrastructure using a code. And in this code, what we do, we describe how you want your infrastructure to be look like. The same way we write a code when you develop any application, the way a developer write a small lines of the code to develop a application, to create a application, similar way you will be also writing a code to define your infrastructure. We will understand. We'll also create infrastructure with infrastructure as a code. Okay, so we'll see that. But let's understand, okay, how it happens. So same way we will define our infrastructure file. So what happened? Once we define our infrastructure in a file, means now this is ready, right? We have written the piece of code to create our infrastructure, and that's include the network, include the virtual machine, include the storage, maybe RDS. Now, once this file is ready, it means every time when we go and deploy our infrastructure using this file, we will have the consistent result, right? Same way, okay, we have the same configuration, same infrastructure for the development. We'll have same for the UAT, same for the prod, right? And again, now you see it's become very easy to reproduce, right? So this is what is infrastructure as a code. Now, best part is that, as you see, now what we are doing, we are writing a line by line configuration file to create our infrastructure. So as now this is line by line code, what does it mean? We can store this code in the version control, right? What is version control? We know Git is a version control tool and GitHub is a platform, right? It means we can store our this infrastructure as a code in the GitHub in version control. And when we store in the version control, what does it mean? We could have the history of our file. When we are saying history of our file means our configurations files of our infrastructure, right? So it's also give us flexibility to roll back to the previous version. So let's say if the latest version has some problem, it's not meeting the expectation, it has some bug, so we can roll back to the known good state, right? So this is excellent feature of infrastructure as a code, right? So it's not something you're creating manually and then you are stuck, right? You have to again go and do everything. Now just a click, the way developers get benefits of version control, right? We can also get same benefit for our infrastructure, right? So this is infrastructure as a code. So what happened basically? So using this infrastructure as a code, what we are doing, we are going to eliminate the problem of the manual infrastructure provisioning. What does it mean? It means now we can eliminate inconsistencies between our different environment, and same time it allow our team to scale our infrastructure efficiently. Now it didn't matter, right? This is one server or maybe 1,000 server across two environment or maybe across 5 environment, right? Everything will work as expected. So this is what is infrastructure as a code. People. So far, so all good, all clear. Type capital clear in the chat box. Fantastic. Super. Now, let's go one step ahead. And when we define our application infrastructure, so there is the two way of doing this. Okay. One is imperative, another is declarative. And this is very important concept as you will be tested in your interview. If you go for the interview, then your interviewer will ask, okay? Because this two approach has different way of setting up the infrastructure, okay? And it has their own benefits. So if you have a clear understanding, it will really help you to answer question in the interview, as well as when you will try to automate your infrastructure, then you will see, okay, you will implement in a this way, okay, in the declarative way or maybe in the imperative way. So let's understand this what it is. Okay, so as I said, so imperative and declarative is different approach to telling a system to create our infrastructure. Imperative and declarative is a approach, is two different approach to telling a system. The system could be a computer or it could be any engine, any software. So there is a different software, right? So when we see the Terraform, right? Terraform. So Terraform is a software, right? Behind the Terraform, there is the Terraform engine, right? So that's basically takes care of the everything when we give our infrastructure as a code. Similar as you understood the cloud formation. So cloud formation is a software, right? Or you can say a tool. Behind the scene, there is the cloud formation engine, right? So that's basically takes our file and then is create the infrastructure, right? So what I'm trying to tell you, so this is the basically approach, different approach to telling a systems and computers to create our infrastructure. So what is imperative? Imperative is the step-by-step instruction. This is step-by-step instruction. Let's understand with the example. So when you have to create a resource group, okay, so you can use Azure CLI, right? So using Azure CLI, we will pass this command. What this command is doing, we are saying, hey, Azure CLI, please go ahead and create a resource group, create a resource group with this name and in this location, right? So what it will do, it will go ahead and create a resource group with this name in our Azure account. Now, what happened? If this already present, then what will happen? We will get a error, right? Guys, you agree? Let's say if this already present, so we will get an error, correct? And again, you have to go And also you have to verify if this command is really created this resource group or not. So what happened in the imperative, we give a step-by-step command to create the infrastructure. So this is more like this is the manual steps. So we are giving all the steps and we are defining who. Okay, so this is to create the resource group. Then again, you will give another command to create the storage account, another command to verify the if storage account got created. Whereas, okay, so this is imperative is sort of looks like manual, and this is step by step. Whereas declarative is the final desired state rather than step by step. What happened in the declarative? We write this piece of code and then system will take care of the final state. Here what we are saying, this is sample of Terraform code. So if you give this code, I will explain later, then it will go ahead and create this resource group with this name. If you go ahead and let's say if this is already present, okay, using this configuration, try to understand. Using this configuration, if you have already created a resource group, now if you go and change here Terraform RG1, then it will go ahead and delete the previous one and recreate the new one with Terraform RG1. Try to understand, guys. It's very important. So what happening when you are giving this command, right? If this is present, so what it will do? It will simply say error, this is already present. But if you use this command, okay, and again, if you have already, means now if you are following the declarative way of infrastructure creation, so I assume you already created the resource group using this name, right? And in case you go, okay, if you go again, run this command, it will do nothing. It will say, yes, your resource group is present. In case, if you go and change the name, then it will go ahead and update it. It deletes the previous one and recreate the new one. Okay. So this is the benefits of declarative. Guys, if this is making sense, type MK in the chat box. You will understand this slowly when we will do the more hands-on. Okay, guys? Perfect. Super. Now, let's quickly recap, okay, why infrastructure is important. We already know it gives us consistency across the environment. It's save the time, right? We don't need to again spend, if you spend already 5 hours for the development environment, right? You don't have to again invest another 5 hours for your UAT environment, another 5 hours for your production environment, right? So if you spend 5 hours here, so this could be done maybe in the 30 minutes. This could be done maybe again in 20 minutes, right? So this will save your time. Again, as we know, we can version control and also it gives us way of collaboration. So when you are working in a multiple team, right, and people are at the different location, so we can put in the GitHub and we can collaborate, correct? If you're doing the manually, then it's only with you, right? It's very hard for the collaboration, right? Again, it is scale without header. Once you define your infrastructure, it didn't matter, right? When you need to create, in how many environment you need to create, and most importantly, it's cost effective. Guys, is very important. So when you automate your infrastructure and once your all configuration file is ready, so you can go ahead and you can delete your whole infrastructure in a couple of minutes. And if you need to recreate it, you can create this again in a couple of minutes. I'm going to show you in a moment, okay? But now you understand. So what happened in the previous weeks, when you are doing the assignments, okay, let's say for the Epic book, and you have created the network, you have created the virtual machine, you created the RDS, you created the storage, and when you are trying to configure the virtual machine with the RDS, you are getting some error, right? And then you have to go away for the some work. Maybe you got tired, you need to sleep, right? Then you have to keep this whole infrastructure running whole night. So again, in the morning, you can come and start working. So your whole setup is idle for the next 6 hours, right? And you are paying for that. If you have this infrastructure as a code ready, you can go ahead and delete this. When you wake up in the morning, just run one command, it will again create your whole infrastructure. Right, guys? So this saved the time. So I have given this example of your personal needs, right? But if you go in the real world environment, so we run dev environment, sandbox environment, UAT environment, test environment, where we need the infrastructure just for 8 hours, or maybe for the 5 days, maybe for the 2 weeks. And after that, everything need to be teared down. And maybe after again 1 month, we need this environment. So if you have the automation, right, it will save a lot of the cost. Guys, if you agree, you are with me, type COST cost in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Now this is your attendance time, guys. So I say, please go ahead and complete your attendance. And once you're done, type done in the same thread. Okay. Same thread of the attendance message. Okay. Once you're done, let me know. Let's wait for the 2 minutes. Guys, you all done? Please type capital done in the chat box. Sorry. Okay, guys, perfect. So now we understand what is infrastructure as a code. Why should we use infrastructure as a code? And what is benefits of infrastructure as a code? Now, as we know, we are going to understand a tool for infrastructure as a code. This tool is called Terraform. Now, question is, why Terraform? There are other tools available in the market as well, in the industry as well, right? And one tool you already know, when you were in the AWS section, you have already used CloudFormation, right? In Azure, we haven't used any tool, but there is a tool called ARM template. So there is the different tools available. Why we should use Terraform? So let's understand this. Guys, if you are with me, you done your attendance, type done in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Now, let's understand this with the example. So let's say you are a part of team where you have responsible for creating infrastructure for your organization, and your organization using the different cloud for different environment and for the different purposes. Take an example. Your organization developer teams, they are using AWS for their applications. Data portfolio, data team, they are using Azure for the data lake house, for data analytics. And your security team, or maybe we can say the AI team, they're using Google platform. Now, you need a tool to manage all these different clouds, this different environment for the different portfolio on AWS, on Azure, and GCP. So you can consistently, efficiently, and without any vendor lock-in, able to create and manage the infrastructure. So let's understand, as we already know, there is some tool, right? So AWS Cloud Formation is a infrastructure as a tool, IaC, but this only work on AWS, right? Using cloud formation, we cannot create infrastructure in the Azure. We cannot create infrastructure in the GCP. If you go and start supporting your teams for the Azure, it means you will then land up for the tool using Azure Resource Manager ARM template. But the ARM template will only work in the Azure. And it's written in the JSON. Again, cloud formation, you can edit in JSON or YML as well. Similar for the Google Cloud, they have another automation tool. Maybe in case, even if you have the on-premises workload, then again, there you have the private cloud on the OpenStack, then you can use their OpenStack Heat. But if you see, problem is this all is the cloud specific tools that works on the specific cloud. So we need a tool. That tool can work on any cloud without vendor logged in. That's why we are going to use the Terraform. So what is Terraform? So Terraform is cloud agnostic tool. So we don't have vendor logged in anymore. Now, maybe one question come into your mind, just does a Terraform is the only tool available? No, there are other tools as well. But Terraform is the one of the preferred tool in the industry as of now. Maybe in the future, in next couple of years, maybe other tools which are already picking up better for the industry, that will be more used in the industry. Maybe that time you need to learn that tool. But as of now, Terraform is widely used inside the industry. That's why we are focusing on the Terraform. Now, coming back to the point. So Terraform is the cloud agnostic, means no vendor lock-in. Terraform supports AWS, Azure, GCP, and more than that, it supports other tools and software as well, like Kubernetes, VMware, GitHub, Datadog, and hundreds of other providers. I will show you in a moment, but that is the one of the biggest benefits of the Terraform. Terraform not just only supports the different cloud providers, it supports more than 1,000 different tools, software as a service. So if you use the Terraform, then you don't need to learn different tools for the different softwares. Guys, if this is making sense, type MK in the chat box. So what does it mean? So when I say this is cloud agnostic, we can use these to create infrastructure on the different cloud providers, different SaaS for the different tools, means same syntax, same workflow, and best things for you as a DevOps engineer, learn once and apply anywhere. You don't need to learn different tools, right? Now, second benefit is this is a declarative language. It's written in HCL. Okay. And HCL is Hershey-Cup language. And this is easy to read and write. This is HCL is again, let me tell, this is called Hershey-Cup configuration language, HCL. So going forward, we're going to use this word HCL. So what is HCL? Hershey-Cup configuration language. And this is easy to read and write. Let's understand from the example. So if you see, this is the syntax for creating a resource group using ARM template. Now this is same piece of code written in HCL to create the resource group. Now looking this, you already understood, right? This is easy to read and also easy to write. This is human friendly and straight. So anyone, even a beginner who can understand the plain English, they will be able to write it. So this is very easy to read and write. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now there are some more benefits. Let's look into that. Guys, these are important again from your interview perspectives as well. Okay, so try to keep in mind, try to understand when you work on it, try to register in your mind. Okay, always try to repeat these points. Okay, why Terraform? Why not other? What are the different benefits? Now, next benefit is the state management. Its track changes automatically. What happens when we use Terraform to create your infrastructure? So it's create a state file. We have the very detailed session on this state file. So what happened? It's create the state file. In this state file, it's maintain all the details of the resources which you have already created, which is already exist in your current account and current environment. Now, if you go and do some more changes in your configuration file, then it will only apply the changes what you have added on top of your existing one. Why? Because it has the state management. It maintaining the state, and same time it also makes sure you will not override the existing configuration. It also know what changes you're going to apply. This will be destructive, or this is going to make your infrastructure in the right state. It will also let you know in the advance with help of the state file the next changes what you are doing, what will be the impact of it. We'll see how we'll do that. So this is one of the biggest benefits of the Terraform. It has state management. It's managed state of your infrastructure. As I said, if your VM is already running, so Terraform will not go and recreate it. As I was saying, right, when we were understanding imperative and declarative. So this is with the help of the state management. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now next is Terraform is modular and reusable code, means write once and use anywhere. So as I again said, we are going to understand Terraform module as well. So module supports writing a code in a building blocks, and again that code you can use for the different application. Those modules you can use for the different project. You can use this module for the different environment, and again you can share that on the internet. So if you remember, so the Epic Book application, you have created the network, right? And the same network you also need to create for the UAT environment. Same type of network you need to create for your production environment, right? Maybe your virtual machine size will be bigger in the production environment, right? But your infra will remain same. Sorry, your network will remain same, right? So what you can do, you can create network module, and that module you can use across your different environment. So using Terraform modules, we can create a reusable configuration that could be used across different environment and different application. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Now, next and very important point, we already understood this. Terraform is the extensible. As I said, it works with everything. If you learn Terraform, you will be able to create resources in the any cloud. And today I'm going to show you how to create resources in the AWS cloud and the Azure cloud. It's also integrated with the thousands of the different tools, whether you are creating the DNS, maybe GitHub repository, you're going to monitor your infrastructure, you're going to set up your CI/CD pipeline, any SaaS application like Datadog, it works with the everything. So again, that is the most important part and things about the Terraform. So if I need to summarize, so why you should use Terraform? Terraform is a standard, universal, and future-proof, at least as of now. It solves a real-world problem for the DevOps. No vendor logged in, no manual steps. You will have the consistency. You are able to scale across application, across environment. That's why Terraform is used across industry. And this most important skills for the DevOps engineer for infrastructure automation. Guys, if this 5 point is clear, type clear, capital clear in the chat box. Super. Now, if we need to summarize it, why Terraform wins? So, cloud independent, simple and readable code. It has state management. It has modular structure, and this is extensible. So if you want to take a screenshot of it, and as I said, please this keep in the mind, you will be tested on this concept in your interview. And all this we are going to understand, okay, with example, how this is extensible, how this is modular, how we are going to maintain the states, okay. You already know cloud independence. Again, I will show you practically, and how it's simple, that again we will say. Guys, all clear, all good? Type capital good in the chat box. Now we are going to move into the next part. Perfect. So now we understood Terraform, right? Now what we need to do, now to use Terraform, we need to install the Terraform on your machine. Okay. So how do we do this? So let me open this link. Now this link is not opening. Okay, let me open this link. It's opened. Let me copy this. It's open in the new tab, a different tab. Here. Okay. So here, if you go in the Google, type install Terraform, this is going to open this couple of links, and you can open this first link. Okay. And this is official site of the Terraform. If you scroll down here, this very nice video explained how to install Terraform. Okay. So I will recommend when you are going to install it, go ahead and watch this video, just 3 minutes of the video. And when there's any updates, anything, Terraform, okay, Hershey Cup, they go ahead and update this video. So again, I'm sharing this link. This is best place for you to refer if you want to install the Terraform. Now, if you scroll down here, here we have the installation steps for the 3 operating system. So for Mac OS, for the Windows, and for the Linux. People who is using the Mac OS, it's very simple. Using brew, you can run these 2 commands, brew tab, Hershey Cup tab. Okay, it will install it. Okay, so this will get the repository. Then you can using this command, you can install it, and that's done. If you're using the Windows machine, you should go and use the Chocolatey. Okay, Chocolatey is the software installation tool for the window. Install that. Then once you do that, open your command prompt or git bash terminal. Run this command. It will install Terraform for you. If you're using the Linux, go ahead, run this couple of command, update, get the repository from here, then add this GPG, then run these commands, update, again install. This is install the Terraform, and that's all. So this is very simple steps. I have already installed on my local system, so I'm not going to do that, but I can show you. So once you install that, then we can type on the command prompt Terraform, let's say minus version, or maybe hyphen version. We'll see. Now we see Terraform is installed. I'm using version 1.11.0. So once you install, now you will see Terraform working on your computer and laptop. Now using this tool, we are going to automate our infrastructure. Guys, so far, so if this is clear, making sense, type MK in the chat box. You not need to install now, you will do it later. Okay, just follow me and you should know how to do that. Okay guys, perfect. Now we are moving to the very important part of today's, and this is writing your first script in the Terraform. Everyone, please try to understand, please focus. These are very, very important. So I'm going to explain you line by line how to write your first Terraform script. Okay, so guys, everyone with me, if you are focused, please type focus in the chat box. Okay, so to write your first Terraform script, we also call this is Terraform configuration file. Okay, so don't get confused. So if someone is saying Terraform configuration file, so this is called Terraform configuration file. But in the general, we also call it as a script. Okay, so now we are going to write your first Terraform configuration file or Terraform script. And for that, we start a file with the .tf extension. When we write a Terraform configuration file, then we create a file, and this file has the .tf extension. So all Terraform configuration file will have .tf. TF means Terraform extension. And first file you write for your infrastructure, that will be main.tf file. And this main.tf file, this will be, as I said, again, plain text, but in HCL syntax. We'll understand this in a moment, just for your understanding. So first file we create for our Terraform configuration is main.tf. As you see, it has .tf extension, and this is going to be the plain text, and we use HCL syntax. We will understand in a moment. Now, is this mandatory to has to have main.tf as a first file? No, this is not mandatory. You can go and write, okay, samantha.tf. You can go and write sayed.tf. You can go ahead and write krishna.tf, alexander.tf, and it will work. No problem. But as a standard, as an industry standard, you should write your first file main.tf. So when there is a new developer, people in your team, they will understand this is the main file, starting file of our Terraform configuration. Guys, if I'm making sense, type MK in the chat box. So as I said, any file with the TF extension is fine, okay? But you should write it because this is widely accepted inside the industry to keep your primary configuration, main configuration, in the main.tf. So it's make easier to read for your team and also know where to start. Now, there is some other files as well. Okay, let's quickly look into that. What are some other files here? So other files, okay, one file you already see, as I said, this is main.tf. There we are also going to create a variable.tf where we will put our all variables of the infrastructure. We will have output.tf for the output definition. We will have providers.tf for the providers configuration, and we will have the terraform.tf var for the variable values. Don't worry, I'm going to explain all this in a moment. But now if you see what I'm trying to explain you, now if you follow the naming convention, right, main.tf, variable.tf, output.tf, provider.tf, terraform tf.vas, then anyone come and look at in your repository of the IaC, right? Then they will know what is the main file. Where is your variable written? Where is your output of your infrastructure? What providers you are using, right? And where is your environment specific variables? Again, we'll understand this in a moment. But now you see, right? This is giving you a sense, right? Guys, if you are with me, type me in the chat box. Perfect. Now let's go back to the previous slides. So now, when we are writing our first Terraform configuration file, so there is basically three parts. And let's understand these parts. And if you understand this, then you will be able to write any Terraform configuration file. So all Terraform configuration has three key parts. And first part is providers block. What is providers? Providers is basically your cloud providers, SaaS providers, any tool for which you are going to create the infrastructure or maybe configuration. So we had the provider block. In this block, we will specify for which providers you are going to create the infrastructure. Is this Azure, AWS, CGP, or maybe Kubernetes or any other tool? We'll understand this with the example. Then we have the resource block. In the resource block, we define what cloud resource or maybe what resource, as I said, this is not only for the cloud, what resource exactly you are going to create it. So if this is the cloud, then you will be defining, are you creating a storage or are you creating virtual machine or network or database? So in the resource block, we define what resource you're going to create for and on these providers. Now, next is output blocks, and this is optional but very, very useful, because in this block, we define useful information after the deployment. So let's say if you take an example on AWS providers, if you are creating the virtual machine as a resource, then you need to know public IP of this virtual machine. So for that, do you again go and log into AWS Management Console, or your configuration file should be intelligent enough to give the public IP of this VM as well? Ideally, yes, right? So that's where this output block come into the picture. Guys, so far so, if this is clear, simple enough, type simple in the chat box. Super. In Terraform, as I said, is very simple. We should only care about these 3 blocks and that's all. If you understand this, then you understood 60% of the Terraform. Now, let's understand this with the example. This is simple Terraform script. And this script is to create what? Guys, type in the chat box. Try to read it and let me know what this script is going to do. It's going to create the resource group. Thank you so much. You know that, right? Perfect. Now, let's understand this. Thank you so much. So, as I said in the previous slides, again, here we have the 3 blocks. So, this is our provider block. This is how we write the provider blocks in the Terraform. What we're saying here, provider is the Azure RM, and these features and this closing opening brackets and the closing brackets, and that's all. This just 3 line says you are using Azure providers. So if you need to use AWS providers, so what will be? It will be again provider. Here it will be AWS and here maybe it will be something else. Okay, again closing brackets, and that's all. If you want to use GCP, again providers, here you will use GCP and something will come over here. We don't know. We'll look into that. Okay, and then closing bracket, that's all. Guys, this is making sense. Type MK in the chat box. Very good. How do you know this will be the GCP, AWS, Azure, Datadog, Kubernetes, any tool? I will show you in a moment. It's very simple. Now, what is next? Next block is creating the resource. So when we create a resource in Terraform, we start this block with the resource. Then here we give the resource name. What is the resource name? Not resource name. The resource which you are going to create it. Okay. So which resource you are going to create? So we are going to create the Azure resource group. Then we have here logical name. What is logical name? I will explain in a moment. And then here within these curly braces, we define the properties of the resource. So here, what is properties of this resource group? Of this resource name, we are calling Terraform IaC is the name. And then location is East US. And you know, when we create the resource group, we need only two things, two properties, right? We know what is the name, and we need the location, right? So this is how we write the resource block. Guys, if this is clear, type CL in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Now we have the last part, output block. So again, as you see, the way provider starts, a resource start, similar way we start provide outputs. And here you define what output you want. So here you want the output of resource group name. And what value do you want? You want value, what you want to print? You want to print as your resource group. This is as your resource group, right? And what is the logical block? This is the example. This is the logical block, this example. And of this logical block, you want the name. Of this logical block, you need the name. Guys, I'm going to explain some important things here. And what is this name? This name is this one. Okay, let's try to understand. Now, here, let me change color of my pencil. Okay, so this is basically Azure resource group. So when you create the resource, this is something you should be getting from your providers. Okay, Azure in this case. So to create the resource group in Terraform using the, okay, for the Azure, okay, you should be using Azure provider, okay, Azure RM and resource group only. And this has to has. Then you ask, Pravin, how do you know this? Okay, I will explain in a moment, but understand this is something we need to go and find it from somewhere. From where? From the Terraform registry. I will show you in a moment. But this is something you cannot change it. This is fixed. Okay. If you need to create the resource group, you have to write Azure resource group only, nothing else. And where do you get it? I will explain from in a moment. Now, this is your logical name. So to create this resource group, you are giving a logical name, a unique name. So this is logical name, unique name where? Within this whole configuration. In the future, when you need to access this resource group, this resource within this configuration, then you are going to use this name only. So this is unique name, a logical name for this resource. Now this logical name has different properties, like it has the name, it has the location, it could have also ID, it could also have the tags, right? Currently you only see the name and the location. You can also give the tag, and ID is something is get created when this resource get created. So now if you go and see here in output section, what do we want? We want the name of this resource group. So if you see what we are doing. So in the value is the variable. We are going to get what? This Azure resource group. So what is this? This is this resource, right? This is this resource. So this resource what is the logical name? Example, right? So this is example, and this example has these properties, right? Name, and here you can also put, let's say, ID as well. Okay, guys, am I making sense? If yes, type MK in the chat box. Perfect, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Perfect. Now, if you understood, okay, one more important thing. So when we create the resources, okay, this is very simple. I'll show you in a moment. Again, this is very simple. Here, the only things what you need to understand, the output, what you want to print, okay? This is just something we're trying to print after the creation, right? So when this resource is getting created, let me change color of my pencil. So when this resource is going to be created, right, then after this creation, you want some value out of it. And for that, we are going to use the output block, right? And then you have to make sure you are referring the right resource, right logical name, and this is something could be anything. Maybe it's even if present or even not present, that is present in your actual resource, you can get it like ID, right? This is you cannot see here, right? Is get created, is only present means get created, right? So this kind of details you can get from here. Now, one thing. So if you are creating your provider is Azure, then your resource will always start with the Azure. If your provider is AWS, your resource will start with here what? AWS. Guys, that's something keep in mind. So when you are reading any configuration file, any resource section, so you will understand for which provider this resource is being created. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Fantastic. Super. So, guys, one important things. Now we are going to create our first resource practically. But before that, just wanted to make sure I covered everything what I need to cover. Okay. Yes, guys, one important things I wanted to tell you. Now here, try to understand this part. It's a little bit important, guys. This is a little bit important. I want to make sure you people really understand this. Okay. Okay. So here, these blocks made up with the two things. Okay. One is provider and then the resource type. This made up with the two things. One is the here provider, and this is resource group. This is the resource type. Okay, guys. So that always keep in mind. So as I said, if you are using the AWS, right? So this will get changed. Okay. Now this basically represents the resource what you are creating, right? And now why I'm saying this, see what I'm writing here, okay, this is not something I know. I remember all those things. I'm going to get all these details from some documentation, okay? And how do we get these details? So here we are creating a resource group. Maybe in the actual application, we need to create the network. We need to create the storage, right? So we really need to understand which documentation, which resource we need to find in the documentation, and that you need to understand. Okay, and because of that you need to understand this. So here we have the two things. One is the providers, another is the resource. So when we look into the Terraform documentation, then you know for which providers you're going to find which resource. Let me repeat once again. So this is basically defined on which providers, which resource you want to create. So you really need to know. If you know this, then you will be able to find right resource in the right place in the Terraform documentation. Guys, if this is clear so far, type clear in the chat box. Okay. Guys, this is very important. Just ask one important question, right? He's asking why you are using the logical name. Try to understand people, everyone here. So this is our resource. If you have to create the storage account, right? So here you will use something called storage account. And this is coming from where? This is coming from the Azure. You don't have control on it, right? So here you are creating the resource group for Azure, and this is coming from Azure, right? Now, what is the uniqueness of this block? This block here, this is one sample resource, right? In the real, when you write the one resource, another resource block, another resource block, another resource block. If this is, let's say, for the resource group 1, and this is for the resource group 2. This is going to be the same. This block will be same for this one as well for this one, right? Then how do you make the unique? That's where this logical name come into the picture. For the resource group 1, you can say RG1, and for the resource group 2, you can call this RG2. So when you go and refer from the output section, right? If you see, this is your resource group, and this is saying what? It could be this resource group, and this could be this resource group as well. But what is unique? We need the unique name, right? So this will be the RG1, then RG2, and within this you have the different properties. JS, am I making sense? Is this clear? What was your name? JS, yes. Type clear in the chat box. Yes, unique identifier. Perfect, super. Okay, guys. Now we are going to write our first Terraform script. So let me open the terminal. Here is the terminal. And before you write your first Terraform script, I'm expecting you have Visual Studio on your laptop, on your computer, because we already did this in the week 0, right? And here I want you to install 2 plugins. So in your Visual Studio, here if you see, this is your extension. Click on the extension. So you have to install Terraform plugin. Terraform, I have the typo here, 2R, not 3R. Okay. And you see HashiCorp Terraform. So this is one of the plugin you need to install it. Okay. Install this because it will help you writing the code. Okay. When you're going to use different providers, different resource is going to help us. Okay. So make sure you install this one. Second plugin, you need to install the HCL, HashiCorp configuration language, because you know this whole configuration we are going to write in HCL, right? So this is for the syntax highlighting and for the syntax. So these 2 plugins need to be installed on your Visual Studio. If you're done, then you are ready to create your Terraform configuration. Guys, if this is clear, type plugin in the chat box. Fantastic. 2 plugin on Terraform, another is HCL. Now, here first things first, what we are going to do, we are going to create a workspace. Okay, pwd, let me go in the download section, then mkdir workspace. Let me go into the workspace, clear the screen, and here I'm going to create my first project. Okay, so call it mkdir first underscore Terraform, and now this folder got created. Let's go ahead, and please guys don't unmute yourself. Okay, now let's go ahead and open this folder. So download and the workspace, open it. Let me close this. Now you see Terraform, right? So guys, here we need to create our first file. So what will be the name of the file? Exactly, main.tf. We created. Now we have to write our code, and simple code we are going to write to create the resource group. Okay, so here we start typing provider. You see, as soon as I type P, right, it's giving me the syntax. So if you have this plugin installed, then it's going to help you. Okay, so let's hit the enter. It's become the provider, right? Now we know we are going to use which provider? Azure. Type AZURE, Azure RM, right? Now again, select this, hit the enter. Now here we type features, and that's all. Now you see, when we are writing, because of this plugin, this is very helpful. Now maybe you think, Pravin, how do you know this, right? I need to type here. Okay, you understood. Okay, here to create the providers, right? We start with a provider. Now, how do you know? We have to use Azure RM for the resource group, which could be maybe Azure, it could be Azure XYZ, it could be something else, right? If it's coming in your mind, then very good. And for that, we are going to look into the Terraform documentation, but that we'll do later. Okay, I will explain that but later. But now you see we have written the providers. Now let's go ahead and write the next code. Now we need the resource. Again, you see this is coming. Now we know here we need to create the resource. Which resource? Resource group. So we also need to know provider. Which provider? Azure RM, right? So here we can type Azure RM, but as you see, as we have already used our provider Azure RM here, because of this here, it's only showing, okay, let me do it again. Guys, try to understand. Resource, you already see it's showing only and only Azure resources. You see here, right? Only and only Azure resources, right? And here you can go ahead and select any of these resources which you want to create. But let's type here. So Azure RM underscore, then storage account, type storage. If you want resource group, type resource group, right? Is going to show all the possible combination of your types. For us, we're going to the resource group, type the resource group, and asking for the name. What is the name? Let's give this RG1. Then here we need to give the properties, and here it's expected at least you know what you're going to create. All right, so you want to create the name. Okay, resource group. For that, what you need name and the location, right? Type the name, then give the name here. So let's say RG Terraform RG1. Then we need to give the location, and give here East US. Okay, and that's all. Okay, if you want to give the provider, of course you can give the providers as well. Okay, and for time being, let's not write the providers. Okay guys, so this is our first script. Now if you need to run it and create this resource group, then we need to run it, right? Now to create this resource in Azure, we need to understand some other concepts. What is this other concepts? Let me bring my screen. So for that, we need to understand Terraform workflow. Perfect. Guys, all clear, all good? Type good in the chat box. Now, to using this script, we want to create the resource, right? Now, to create this resource, we need to understand the Terraform workflow. So what is Terraform workflow? Terraform workflow is, okay, so Terraform workflow provide a structured way of managing life cycle of our resources. What is our resource? Our resource is here a resource group, right? We are going to create the resource group. So to create this resource group, we are going to create it, we are going to delete it, we are going to update it, right? How do we do that? For that, we need Terraform workflow. And there are different workflow to manage our resource life cycle. So let's understand this one by one. So what is the first? First workflow is writing the script itself. As we know, to write the configuration file, it has to be in the .tf and main.tf. Main.tf is not mandatory. So these steps we already done. We have already written our first script, right? Now, once you done that, then you have to run the initialized. You have to do the initializations. And for that, we are going to use command called Terraform init. So to create the resource group using the configuration file, we need to do the initialization. This is the next workflow. And for that, we'll be running a command called Terraform init. What this will do? This will go ahead and download the provider and initialize the state. So what is our provider? Here our providers is Azure, right? So for that is need to download the plugin. It's need to download the plugin. And Terraform is also called, it follow plugin based architecture. So different cloud providers provides different plugin, and using this plugin, we interact with those providers. Try to understand this. This is very important. So how Terraform works? So here, this is my computer, right? In this computer, I have installed Terraform. Right? Now, here is the Azure cloud. So using this Terraform, from my computer, I want to create here a resource group, right? So how Terraform is the tool, this is on my system, interact with the Azure. For that, it need a plugin. It need a plugin. If we need to interact with the AWS, then how Terraform interact with the AWS? Again, for that is need a plugin. So it's follow plugin based architecture. So as of now, we haven't done anything, right? We haven't installed any plugin to interact with the Azure. What we did, we have just installed the Terraform. So when we write our code here, when writing this code, and we are giving this provider, okay, and now we need to download the plugin. So to download the plugin, that's where we are running this command Terraform init, and Terraform init is going to get the providers plugin and initialize the state. Guys, if this is making sense, type MK in the chat box. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and do that. So our code is ready, correct? And let's open the terminal. And here do the ls. We see first Terraform. Let's go to the first Terraform directory. Clear the screen, ls -al. Now we see our main.tf, right? So we are in the right directory. And here what we can do, right? Terraform init, hit the enter and see what it's doing. Now you see this is initializing the backend. What is backend? I'll explain later. Now this is initializing the providers plugin. How? As I said, based on this configuration, right? It's need to download the plugin. So this is initializing the plugin. Now you see which plugin, azurerm, this particular version, this is downloaded. And then it's saying Terraform has successfully initialized. Now you may start your work. Okay, guys. As this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now, this Terraform init does one more thing as well. So let's go to our terminal. Okay, we are in the terminal. Let's go to our editor. And here you see, actually we have created this file, right? main.tf. But we see here we have one hidden directory .terraform got created, right? With the providers. And you see here we have the registry, right? Then along with that, here we have, you have terraform.log.hcl. So if you see, it's installed the plugin, okay? So it's installed all the plugin and those details are here in .terraform. So never ever touch this or delete this, okay? If you're going to touch this, delete this, it means you have to go and run Terraform init once again. Guys, if I'm making sense, type MK in the chat box. So Terraform init created this .terraform hidden file, and within, if you see, right, we have the providers, registry, license, and some more details. You don't need to worry about that, okay? This is done by the Terraform just to make sure going forward it will use these providers only, okay? Now, it's also created one more file, terraform.log.hcl, and same message we see here as well. We have here Terraform created log file, terraform log.hcl. What is it? Why do we use it? So as you see, this is automatically got created when we run our Terraform init. So this is similar to package.log.json if you use the Node.js. So when we use the Node.js, right? So we have the different library. So when we build the application, right? So then, when we install these libraries, this lock it and say, hey, now this version of the library is locked for this application. And it's only going to use this library version unless and until you're going to change in the future or maybe upgrade it, right? Similar happen in Python as well. Python creates pip file.log, right? So similar, Terraform also always maintain it's the provider version where in terraform.log.hcl file. So which version we are using? Azure plugin version v4.60.0. Okay, and here you also see some has and all. Okay, so now this is logged for this application is only going to use this version. Now maybe after 2 years, if you see there is some changes this new plugin came with a better feature, and you have to go and upgrade your version. Then this will get upgraded. Guys, if I'm making sense, type MP in the chat box. Fantastic. Now let's go to the next workflow. What is next workflow? Next workflow is plan. What is plan? Plan is basically provide the preview changes before applying. So here we are going to create the resource group. So using the plan to preview this, we run this command called Terraform plan, and this is going to provide the preview of what exactly going to happen in Azure cloud, because this piece of code is for the Azure, right? So we can see this. Along with that is do one more thing. So go ahead and verify what is created in your Azure utilizing the state file. Okay, we'll look into that later, but for that, as I said, is give the preview what is going to create, and you also go and check what you have already created where in the Azure, and for that it's need the authentication to cloud or any SaaS providers. So in plan is go and we can preview the changes what already created, or again what you are going to create it. For that is need the authentication, right? So now we have to make sure from this, when you're going to run the plan, then it should authenticate to your Azure as well. So let me do one thing. Let me log out, log out, because I have already logged in. Okay. Now let me clear the screen. Now let's run Terraform plan. Now it's going to give us the error. Okay. This is expected, as I said. Now what is it saying? Terraform encountered error while generating the plan. Okay. This is unable to authorized. Okay. Could not authorize with Azure. So what we need to do now, we need to make sure this terminal is able to connect with the Azure, right? And there is two ways of doing this authorization. One is using Azure CLI, Azure login, and another is using Azure service account. People try to understand. It's very important. So now here we need to do the authentication, and we have the two way. One is using Azure login, and another is using Azure service account. So currently I'm going to do using Azure login because this is simplest one. But if you go and work in the real-time customer environment for the Azure, you have to set up service account. Okay. And for that, I have created a video. I'm going to publish it today, so you can watch it. And for that, I have created one assignment. Okay. So before that, now let's log in. This is very simple. Okay, it's not Azure login. This is Azure login. Azure login. Now it's asking is open the browser. You already know, right? So let me authenticate this. Hit the enter. Yes. Now I logged in. Now I can close this. Go back to the terminal. Now you see I logged in. Now it's showing my this subscription. Okay. I have one subscription. So it's give the subscription, select the subscription and the tenant. Okay. So I have this subscription within this tenant. So I need to, okay, I have only one. I can just hit the enter. It's going to select this one. If you have the multiple subscription, right? I need to give the one or two. You see here, one and two, right? So let me hit the enter. I selected this and I am logged in. Let me clear the screen, guys. Okay. Now we have established the connection from my this terminal to the Azure. Next, we can go ahead and run the Azure Terraform plan and see what it's going to do. Okay, now it's saying it's very known error. Okay, it's saying build account unable to configure resource management. Subscription ID could not be determined and was not specified. Okay, so what happened when you use authentication with Azure CLI, then here inside your code, you have to give the subscription ID. Subscription ID. And what is my subscription ID? I will get it from my terminal. It was in the terminal, right? If I scroll up, this is my subscription ID. Let me copy this. Let's go here and paste this. And let's go ahead and clear the screen and run once again. Guys, this error you are going to get it, so it's important for you to understand. Now, if you use service principal, then you don't have to provide this subscription ID within your code. So as I said, in the industry, when we work, we use service principal, not Azure login, CLI login. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now, as I said, what's plan do? Basically, it gives us the preview what is going to do. So let's understand this. So it's saying here, resource action is create. You are going to create something. What? You are going to create a resource group with this name, logical ID, resource ID, and this piece of block going to execute. And here is the whole plan. Plan is to create, add one resource, 0 changes, and 1 destroy, 0 destroy. So it's going to create one resource. Which resource? This resource. This no changes, no delete. So here it's very important for you to make sure before you create anything in the real environment, you run this command to see what exactly is going to create. Here you only see is create, but in your complex environment, it's going to delete something. It's going to update something. So it's important for you to really know what your piece of code going to do in your real environment. It should not be a destructive, right? It should not go and delete something that's important. So it's very important for you to run this Terraform plan. Guys, if this is clear, type plan in the chat box. Very nice. Now let's go to our slide. So what we understood Terraform plan. Now, what is next workflow? Our next workflow is Terraform apply. So what Terraform apply do? This basically deploy the resources. This basically deploy our resources. So if you want to create infrastructure, we need to apply this command. Okay. So let's do that. It's very simple. So let me clear the screen. Terraform apply and hit the enter. Now this is going to ask for the confirmation. So what Terraform apply do is again is combine the creating the resources plus also preview. We also see this, okay, here is also going to give us the preview, okay. Then go ahead and give the yes. Then this will go and create the resources for us. But before that, let's go to our Azure portal and see if you have any resource group here. We don't have, okay, we have these 2 resource group, right? If it will create, we'll see the another resource group. Let's go ahead. Now here you see, so it was creating the resource group. It took some more time. It was still creating. Then this is created. Now you see here apply completed. What happened? So resource says one resource got added, 0 change and 0 destroy. Now let's go ahead and refresh this. And now we see we have Terraform RG got created. Guys, this is clear. Type apply in the chat box. Perfect. Now let's say we want to modify it, right? So again, for the modify, we have to update our configuration file and we have to run the apply. Again, no different command. And what it will do, it will update the existing resources. Okay, let's try that. Let's go to our configuration file. And here, let's change this name resource group RG1 to RG2. Save these changes. Go to our terminal. Let me clear the screen. What will type? Terraform. What we should do? What will your next command our? Terraform. Let me know in the chat box. Apply. Come on, guys. What should we do? Exactly. We should run Terraform plan. We need to see what exactly going to be happen. Guys, this is destructive. Now you will see in a moment. So it's I forget to show you one more thing, but anyways, now you see here is first going to delete, destroy, then create replacement. What is the action? Destroy and create, and this is the replacement. It's going to replace some existing resource, right? What is going to completely delete this resource, and especially here is going to change this resource group name RG1 to resource group name RG2, force replacement. So it's going to add 1, 0 changes and destroy 1. So guys, now you see, right, what is beauty of this Terraform plan. Now you have to make sure, yes, you really know what you are going to do. And if you are happy with these changes, no problem, go ahead and let me clear the screen and apply Terraform apply. Okay, but again, it's going to ask for the confirmation. So I don't want to do this confirmation all the time. I'll type auto approve. Hit the enter. It will go ahead and delete this resource group and create new one. Now again, it's showing the plan, but now this is too late, right? Though apply show the plan as well, but as I have used the auto plan, auto approve, right? So I cannot stop it. Okay, this is started executing. So if you see right here is destroying this resource group first. This is still destroying. Then it will destroy in a moment. Then it will, okay, destruction completed. Now creating it. So as a DevOps engineer, you should read these logs because all the time it's not going to work as expected. So if you read this log, then you know what is problem, where this is failing. Now you see apply completed. As a resources, 1 got added, 0 change, 1 destroyed. Now you can verify it, go to the management console, refresh this, and we see we have new resource group. Guys, so far so all good, all clear. Type good in the chat box. Very nice. Now let's go ahead and look at the next plan. And this is our last plan. Last workflow, right? This is destroy. Now we have did everything. Now let's say this was the demo. We want to delete it. So what we run this Terraform destroy, and this is going to remove all deploy resources. In this case, only resource group. Now you imagine how beautiful, right? Just we go here and run one command, Terraform destroy, again it's going to ask for the confirmation, it's going to delete everything, right? So in our case, it's just a resource group, but in the real scenario, when you start working on the assignments, what you will be doing? You create the network, storage, database, right? Virtual machines, and everything you can delete in just a one click. And whenever you need again, right, you can recreate it. So now we are deleting it. Let's see it. So we can read these logs, right? This is deleting. Completed, right? Now we can go ahead and check here, refresh this. Now this got deleted, correct? So this is destructive. Exactly. This is the destructive. Okay. Okay, guys. So now we see here, we have destroyed our resources. Perfect. So now we have created resource group with these configurations and tested it, deleted it. Now let's imagine here we have 10 resources, right? Now again, we need to create it. It's very simple step, right? We just go ahead, type Terraform, right? Apply -- auto approve, and it's going to create your 10 resources, right? Within a minute. Now you don't need to wait for the 5 hours, 2 hours, right, guys? Are we on the same page? Do you now understand the benefits of the infrastructure as a code? Type capital Yes in the chat box. Now you see, right, it's creating just in a couple of minutes. Perfect. Super. And that is fantastic, guys. Now it's going to create it. Now let's go to the slide. It's got created, right? It's amazing, cool. Now this is basically Terraform workflow. Okay. And these are the different commands you will be running to achieve our outcome result. So this is, do remember, guys, so this is called Terraform workflow. This is called Terraform workflow. So these are the Terraform workflow. And here you see, this is the different command. So to achieve this workflow, we are going to run some commands, okay? And for this workflow, we have these commands, right? So does Terraform only has this number of commands? Not. There are many more commands as well. Okay, but this is the most important every DevOps engineer know. Now you want to know more, go ahead. Now you already gone through the Linux, right? And what is the Terraform? Terraform is a tool, right? You can go and use Terraform help, and it will list all the command, read it and use it as per your test, as per your knowledge, as per your needs. Guys, if you are able to sense this, if you're able to understand this, then type understand in the chat box. Now here is meaningless for me and go and help you each and every commands. So this is something you need to know. There's other commands as well provided by the Terraform. Now you are the Linux expert. You will be able to manage yourself. Right, guys? Fantastic. Guys, now next topic is setting up the service principle. Okay, and guys, as I said, I'm not going to do this. And for that, I have created assignments. Okay, now let me bring that assignment for you people. And let me explain the assignments. Okay, and as I said, okay, let me open this. So this is time for your first assignments. So this week we have again 5 assignment. First assignment is authenticating using service principal with the client secret. Okay, guys. And for that, I have created this link. Currently, you cannot see this. This is locked. I'm going to open this in a moment. Okay. So if you go here, again, I have explained this, what you need to do that. And for this, I'm going to upload a video, and that video I will publish after our session. Okay. And also I will add link of that video here. Okay. So let me even do that now. So. Let me do it currently. I've already uploaded this. So using this video, you need to complete the assignments. And before that, right now, what we need to cover. Okay, guys, now we are going to do mostly hands-on. Now we have a lot of hands-on we have to do. So do you think, shall we take a small break? Yes, perfect. Okay, guys. So let me add the, oh, sorry, link here. Okay, I cannot do that. I'll add from the other terminal. This video link. I will make it public. Okay, guys, now I'm making, okay, I've added the link. Okay, so once you do it, you can click, you're able to open the video. Okay, but currently it's in the private. Okay, private. Okay, guys, now it looks like we are all set for the assignment number 1. Now we are going to, okay, we have a couple of assignments. Let's go back to the slide. And once you come back, then we are going to understand multi-region Terraform. Okay, and also we will understand multi-cloud as well. So let's start the timer for 15 minutes. Okay, guys, please go ahead and stretch your leg. Have a coffee, tea, cold water, do a short walk. See you in the 15 minutes. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hey guys, welcome back. Hey guys, welcome back. Guys, if you are back, type back in the chat box. Guys, let me know one thing. I'm speaking slow or speaking fast, too loud. If I'm too loud, more than you expect, type I'm loud. If I'm speaking normal, say normal. Normal? Okay. But why my wife is complaining I'm too loud? She's sitting next to the room, she's saying you're too loud. I think it's general problem, right? Maybe she don't like my voice anymore. Yeah, it's been 10 years of the marriage, so I think this has happened. Guys, this is usual for everyone. I think we have some married people here as well. I need to buy the flower. Are always funny.
Thanks, man. Thanks, man.
Great. Okay, super. And now at least I know, I think I'm not loud, but I think she need my attention. She not need my attention. She want I should go away. Exactly, Karan, you are right. Yeah, I'm wearing a headset, but my headset is not on my ear. Okay, I know this. So this is just in front of my ear. So especially when I do this kind of session, right, where just I'm speaking, so I don't put on my ear, then I know. Okay. And even in the general meetings, I put just one on the ear, another is open. So also see how what's happening around the surroundings. Anyways, guys, thank you so much. Should we marry? Yes, you should marry. This is the best part of your this one of the good phase of your life. Okay, but only thing is that try to find the good person. Okay, who and she can support you all the way. And I can say one thing, I'm lucky to have my wife. Okay, though she don't like my voice, but she's been amazing supporter. Okay, Miss. You imagine I cannot do this 8 hours of session on the Saturday, right? And when especially when we are living in the 52 square meter home, if you convert in the square feet, this just become the around 600 square feet. Okay, so we have just two rooms, one hall, and I'm sitting in the hall in the one corner, and there is the kitchen. So they support a lot, even my son. So they're amazing people. They're supporting a lot. Sometimes, yeah, I think I'm annoying. It's quite natural.
Someone send it the right person.
Yes, you are right, Victor. Perfect, guys. Thank you so much. Now let's back to the topic. God bless women's. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, guys. Okay, perfect. Now you all are back and focus. Type focus in the chat box. Okay. Now let me share my screen. Guys, now we are going to do a lot of hands-on. What I did for a Terraform, I have created a lot of a small hands-on, so we can learn this mostly practically. Okay. Otherwise, all these concepts go out of your head. So now first hands-on, what we are going to do, second hands-on, we are going to understand how to set up multi-region in Azure. Okay, sorry, with the Terraform using the Azure. And next we are going to do same things with the for the multi-cloud. Okay, there we will do for the AWS. Guys, sound exciting? Type exciting in the chat box. Guys, I said type exciting. I didn't say unmute yourself. Modesta, please mute yourself. Okay, now let me open my hands-on which I have created. Okay. Yes. Multi-region deployment. Okay, perfect. Now let me open my terminal and clear the screen, and let's go back, and you see we are in our workspace, and here we are going to create the new folder called mkdir Terraform multi-region. Hit the enter. Let's cd into the Terraform multi-region, and let's go back to our editor. We see we have multi-region, right, folder, and here we are going to create a new file that's called main.tf. We already know. And now here what we are going to do, I'm going to put a piece of code here. Okay, and then we'll understand with the example. So now let's open this and open this. Let me paste my piece of the code. Okay, and now let's understand this. So now what we are going to do, you're going to create the resource group in multiple region in the Azure. So how it happens? So again, we start with the provider, and we see we have the Azure RM and the features. Then we are going to create two more providers which will have the alias. Okay, and now using this alias, we will create resources in the multiple region. Try to understand this. Guys, you can see my screen, or you want to make it bigger, the screen? Like this? Perfect, super, nice. You guys tell me. Okay, so now we see, and just give me a moment. Okay, now here we are giving, okay, alias US East. So one resource group you want to, not one resource we want to create in the US East, and another alias we are creating for the West US. Okay, and here in both we need to give the subscription ID, because you already know as we are using the AWS CLI for the authentication, so we need this, right? So let me go here and open one of the resource. Let me open this in new tab, and let me go back here. Okay, let me open this now. So I will keep copying it here because I don't use this. Okay, I always use SP. That's easy for use, but now as I've reconfigured everything, so I need to copy this each and every time now. Okay, so let me paste this here in both. Okay, so now we have initialized two alias for the two region. Now let's go ahead and let me get the copy to create our resource group in the two region. And let's understand this is very simple. Paste this. Okay. Now here, what we are doing, now we are going to create this resource. You see here. Okay. Now exactly this resource, what? Resource group. Now what giving am the logical name? East RG, right? This is West RG. And then here we are adding one more properties, providers, and then Azure RM, which one? East, right? Azure RM East one. If you see here, Azure RM, this one, and what is the alias? East, this one, correct? Now for this Azure RM, correct? Then what is the alias? Is the West, right? So this will be get created in the US West. This will get created in the US East, right? It's very simple. Now you already know we need to do Terraform init. Go ahead run the Terraform init. Then we apply Terraform apply, and it will create us. And same things we will do for the AWS account as well. Clear, right? Then Terraform apply minus auto approve. Please, you don't do that. Okay, I'm skipping the plan for time being, because this is demo, right? And you are absolutely right, Lalit. We should do the plan, but I'm going for the apply. Again, I'm doing the auto approve, so you should not do it in the real-time environment. Okay. And then if all goes well, we will see our resources here. Okay, we'll see our two resource. Again, let me delete this. Why this not got deleted? We have not deleted this resource group. Delete this. All right, go back to the resources. Refresh this. It's deleting. See, it's got created. I refresh this. Okay, now we see we have two resource group in west and east. Correct, guys? This looks good. Type good in the chat box. So just I wanted to show you how we can do that. Okay. Perfect. Now, let's do same thing for the AWS as well, because all the assignments what we are going to do, so you can do in the AWS in Azure as well. Okay, so let's do how do we create this in the Azure, and I think I have already created a small lab. Let me see if I can find it. And meantime, let's go ahead and destroy this. Again, we can destroy with the auto approve. Destroy. Okay, so now it's destroying. Okay, perfect, guys. Now, before that, let me explain you really good things as of now, right? Now, we know how Terraform works, right? How to write piece of code, how to deploy in the multiple environment, right? Do one quick exercise here. And with this exercise, I wanted you to create S3 bucket in the AWS account. And let's try to see how you will do it. Okay, guys? So, and we are going to follow very natural steps of doing that. Let me clear the screen. Let me go back here, one steps before. Now let me clear the screen, ls minus al. We have two bucket, two folder. Now mkdir, AWS, create S3 and cd AWS S3 and clear the screen. Okay. Now let's go to our console, CLI, close this. And here we have the new folder called AWS S3. Okay, everyone, please focus. Please focus. I'm going to explain you very important steps that you need to know to create any infrastructure code looking at Terraform documentation. Please type focus in the chat box if you are with me. Very important things, very didn't matter what you need to create, you can create like this. Okay, perfect. Now, as I said, we are going to create the S3 bucket in AWS. How should we do? How do we do it? Okay, so for that, imagine I don't know anything, right? So what you need to do, first things first, you need to go to the one website, and this website is called, let's open the Google, Terraform Registry. Terraform Registry. Okay, and this is the official documentation of the Terraform. Let's go ahead and open this. And if you focus with me for the next 30 minutes, you can write any infrastructure as a code for the any tool, any clouds, any third-party software as a service. So I have very humble request, please focus. So go ahead and open this. If you open this, now here you see a couple of important tabs. And one of the most important tab is browse providers. And this is really amazing. And you know what is providers, right? So who are the providers? Providers are the different cloud providers, different software providers, different SaaS providers. For on their platform, we can create the infrastructure, right? So click here. And let me make a little bit small this. Okay. Now you see these are all the providers. AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, Kubernetes, Alibaba, Oracle Infrastructure, and scroll down many more. And now you see this link, right? 111 pages, right? These are different tool and softwares, cloud providers. For them, we can create the infrastructure using the Terraform. Sorry, let me go back. Guys, is this amazing? Type amazing in the chat box. Now we are going to understand it didn't matter. This is AWS, Azure, Oracle, or whatever, you will be able to create the infrastructure like this. So first things first, let's understand, okay? Here we have the providers, right? These providers are basically classified into three categories. So let me open my screen brush so I can explain you very well. Screen brush. Okay. So these providers are classified into the three categories. Okay. This is what you see here. Official. Okay, let me. Okay. So this is three category. Okay. One is the official. Here you see. Then we have the partners. Then we have the community. Let's understand this one by one. So what is official? Official means for these providers, Hershey Cup. You know what is Hershey Cup? Hershey Cup is the organization, very big organizations, okay? They have different tools, and Terraform is again tool from them. So they officially support these cloud providers and all these different tools. So all these 33, whether this is cloud providers or different tools, so this is official supported on the Terraform. It means Hershey Cup itself maintain their documentation. We'll look into that documentation. So this is maintained by Hershey Cup engineer itself. Second is the partners. What is partners? Okay. So partners are basically, they say, hey, I have this cloud, I'm this cloud providers, I'm this SaaS providers. I also want the people can use Terraform to create infrastructure or configure resources using Terraform on my tool or my platform. So they have went ahead, they have created this plugin and all the documentation. So this is maintained by those providers itself. Now, third is community, and this is maintained by people. So like the way we are running this community, me and along with the co-mentors, right? So it's community work. So similar, there are different tools and softwares. On that, you can automate with the Terraform. This all documentation is maintained by the community. Now, what does it mean? It means these officials are the reliable. You can trust this, right? If there's any update on the AWS services, any update on the Azure, so HashiCorp maintain this documentation. So you can trust them. Again, partners, you can trust them, right? Because they are making sure their documentation are up to date. Community is the community based, right? So we cannot expect 24/7 supports, right? Maybe things will not be available. So when you are trying to use Terraform for these providers, make sure, right, they are part of which tier, official and partners and community, because this is very important for the big enterprise. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Very nice. Now we know the providers. Let's select everything. Now, as I said, we want to create S3 bucket for the AWS, right? So where we go, we click on the AWS provider. Okay. And this is everything for the AWS providers available here, and especially on your document. So if you click here on the document, this is the most important place where you are spending your time as a DevOps engineer if you need to work on AWS. Okay. Similar, if you go back here, let's go back to the previous page. If you're doing infrastructure for the Azure, click here. Now you see again this documentation here. Okay. So for every providers, you will see the documentation at the right place. Now let's go back again and go to the AWS cloud and open the documentation. And first thing first, what you see here, you see the providers. So when we write our code, so first things first, what we write? We write the providers. Now, how do I know whether I need to write here? Let's go ahead and make a file here, main.tf. So here, as a provider, right, I'll use Azure or AWS. How do I know this, right? This is something we know from here. Now, in this section, as I said, in providers, if you scroll down, it's written, you should use this code. Now, if you go, let's go back and open new tab and go to the provider. Try to understand, guys. Let's go to Azure documentation. Again, what you see, first link here, provider, right? If we scroll down, and here you see, this is what I was using, correct? So how do you know this? From this documentation. So if I know this, you can also know this. What you need to do, you have to follow the right documentation. Guys, this is making sense? Clear? Type clear in the chat box. So what I need to do, I need to go and copy this. Very simple. And go here and paste this. I don't need to think. I don't need to be too smart, too intelligent. I only need to know where to go and find this. Okay, it's very simple. I got this. Now there will be the differences, right? The way providers we initialize for the Azure, this is something like this, right? But for the AWS, we do something like this. Only what we need to know, we need to go to the documentation, copy it, paste it. That's all. It's very simple, right? So now we know first part is done, provider thing is done. Now, if you go back here, you see again here we have Terraform, this additional block. Okay, same things you see here again here for these providers as well. So what is this? This is basically we are going to stick with the particular version. Okay, if you want to stick with the particular version and wanted to put in your code itself, again you can go and write it this. Okay, and this is very important when you are writing the Terraform for your real customers, you should add this, okay? But for time being, we are excluding this, and I don't want you to make it too complex when you are learning, right? So we are going to simply use this, and this is good enough. It will go ahead and get the latest version. But if you want to make it you want to write infrastructure on the old plugin, right? In that case, you can go and use this and provide the particular version. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. If you want to use the latest one, go ahead, use this one. It will only get the latest one. Perfect. Now, first part done. Now, what is the next part? We need to create what? S3 bucket, right? How do I know it? Very simple. Let's go to the Terraform documentation. And here you see for the AWS provider, for the AWS providers, here we have the different services that is supported. So we need S3, right? I can scroll down and try to find the storage. If you scroll down, there should be somewhere a storage, right? Scroll up. Where is the storage? Storage. We see the storage gateway, storage. It will be somewhere. Anyways, don't worry if you don't see, but it should be a storage somewhere. Storage. We see, actually it's not a storage. This is called S3, right? So just I was in mood of the Azure, right? So what we call this, we call S3, right? You see the S3. So you can go ahead and find this. If not, don't worry. Let's close this. Okay. Now, what is the easiest way of finding this? We go and type your service name here. What service? S3, right? And bucket S3 bucket. And this is only you should know to find the right code block. So you already know, right? You are going to want to create the S3 bucket. So you should know that, right? If you go and type here, you see in the S3, you see the resource. One thing, guys, I have seen students are always confused. So here you see resource. Let me. Okay. Again, you see here, you see in the S3, we have the resource and we have the data, right? So within this service, you see the multiple subsections. So always make sure what we are going to create here, we're going to create the resource, right? So make sure to look into the resource section, not other section. Okay. Next. Now we know we are going to find the in resource section because we want to create the resource section. Then what? S3 bucket, right? You see here S3 bucket. Very simple. Go ahead and click here. And now if you scroll down, we have the example given here. And if you scroll down, there's a lot of details given over here. For the time being, I don't want to spend time over here. I'll go ahead and click this and go to your Visual Studio and paste this, and that's all. And here, if you see, right, now this is our resource and this is your provider. What is our provider? AWS, right? Azure, what it was? It was Azure. What is the resource? S3 bucket. Now this is following the naming convention, right? And here we have to give the logical name. Let's give this, okay, S3 bucket. Let's call simple one. Now, what is the bucket name? Let's make this unique. Pravin 001212, right? And now this is the tag, and that's all. It's very simple. Now, here, this is a very simple example, but in reality, when you work for the real customers, real project, you need to add so many properties, right? Many properties. Now, what will be the different properties? What will be their possible values? And for that, you need to look into here this argument section. And here you have to spend your quality time. So nobody is going to do this task for you. So here you have to go, read it, spend some time and try to understand, and based on your needs, go ahead and improve this property section. Guys, now this is making sense. Clear? Type capital clear in the chat box. Now I assume you should be able to write any configuration, Terraform configuration for any providers and for any resources, right? If you are confident enough, type capital confidence in the chat box. This is what I was trying to show you. There's no rocket science, no expert DevOps engineer. Go and remember different cloud providers, their different services, different syntax. Nobody do. Maybe someone is doing maybe 10 times, is already got remembered in his mind, but nobody do intentionally, is not expected. Only thing is that you should know, you can go to this Terraform registry, find the right providers, go to here service sections, able to find the right service, look into the documentation, copy, paste, that's all. This is job of as a DevOps engineer, at least for the Terraform. Perfect, guys. What the confidence? Perfect, super. Now, we did here, right? Do ls. We have the main file. We written the code, right? Now, we need to create this S3 bucket, right? Again, what will be the different steps? Let's go ahead here. We do Terraform init, correct, guys? Shall we do init? Yes, right? Do the init. Is going to do the same things, right? Here is going to initialize the backend. What is backend? I'll explain. Okay. Providers is downloading the providers. This particular version. Now this time you see for the AWS. Correct? Perfect, guys. This is done, right? Now, what command do we run? Next command. Terraform plan, correct? Run this. It's going to fail. Why this is going to fail? Authentication, right? You see now this is not able to find the valid credentials, correct? So what do we need to do? Here we need to make sure my this CLI authenticated with the AWS, right? So what do we do? AWS CLI config, I have already did, but what I was doing in the backend, I have went ahead, I have uncommented my credentials. Let me go ahead and add this, and you already know this, right? We covered in the AWS sections, and let me do that. Okay, it's done. And now if I go, I've done this in the backend. Now if you go here and run again, clear the screen. Okay, Terraform plan, and now this will work. Okay, Now you see it's giving all the plans. I don't need to explain this. You already know. Clear the screen. Now before that, let's quickly check AWS S3 LS. How many buckets I have? So I have this many buckets. Okay. Now Terraform apply minus auto approve hit the enter. Yes, I have did it. Okay. Now you see it's got and created the Terraform. Okay, created the S3 bucket, clear it, AWS S3 LS. Now we see this bucket got created. No, this bucket got created. Okay, guys. And yes. Okay, now guys, it's clear so far. Now if you want to delete it, simple, let's go ahead and destroy. Now what I wanted to show you, how to create resources in the multiple region as well as in the multiple cloud. And now I hope you are super confident in it. If you guys are super confident in it, type super in the chat box. Okay, guys, perfect. So now we understood how to set up, how to create infrastructure on the multiple region and the multiple cloud. Now let's go ahead and do one more things. Okay. So now, okay. Now we are going to cover the variables. Okay. So next important part of the Terraform is Terraform variables. But before that, let's create something meaningful in Azure, and then we see why do we need the variables, what is importance of the variables. Okay, guys. So give me a moment. Let me pull the my labs what I've created for you people. Okay. Now we are going to create a virtual machine. Okay. So let's see the very good example of creating a virtual machine in the Azure. And for that, let me close this. Let me clear the screen. Let's go back one more steps, workspace, and let's create this folder, Terraform Azure VM. And then we'll do CD here. Then I'm going to create the main file. That's the main file. Let's go to our Visual Studio and close this. Now we have created this one, right? Terraform Azure VM. Open this main file, and here I'm going to put a piece of code. And let me bring here. I'll quickly explain this piece of code. But before that, here we need our subscription ID. And let me put it that. Let me get the subscription ID from here. Copy. Go to the Visual Studio. Paste this. Quickly, let me explain here, guys. So we have the provider. Then here we are creating the resource group. Then to create the virtual machine, we need our network, right? So here I'm creating the Azure virtual network, okay, and giving this configuration like name, location, resource group, and the address space. One thing, guys, please try to understand here. Everyone, guys, type focus in the chat box if you are with me. Very important things we are going to understand here. Fantastic. So here, now we have created this resource, right? we are creating this resource, what? The resource group. Now we know once we create the resource group, so all the resources we are going to create in the same resource group, right? In the same location. So what we do in the management console, first we select the resource group, right? Then we create resources there. Same way in the Terraform. So now here we are creating the resource group. And then when we are going to create the network, this network will be in this resource group, right? So if you see here, this is our resource block for the network. Then this is the name, example.vnet. Then what is the location? It should be the same location of the resource group. Then what we are saying here, try to understand. What is the location? This location should be location of our resource group, right? Which resource group? Which one? Here. This resource group, right? Here, resource group, right? This resource group. Then what is logical name? Example.rg, correct? And then this example.rg, we have this location, right? We're giving the location. So in this way, we are giving create this network in this location and again in the same resource group, right? Then we are adding another permission, another properties like address. Guys, this is clear? Fantastic, super. Now, same things, we are creating the subnet because we need the subnet for the virtual machine. Then we need the network interface because network interface will have the IP address, right? So we need this. Then we are creating the virtual machine. And for that, you see, we have this piece of code. So again, very simple. Here, Azure virtual machine. And again, we are giving all those details. So again, guys, what I did here, copy and paste. Here, what I did, copy and paste, very simple. If you go in the Azure, just wanted to show you quickly, go here in Azure, type virtual machine, right? Now you just scroll, you see the compute resource virtual machine. Okay, scroll down, you see the example. I just copied this example as it is. You see, right? Example network, right? Intern, everything is there. No rocket science, right? But yeah, just to let you know. So here, you know this. Now let's go ahead and, okay, I think let's not create this, but let me tell you, okay, let's create it. Okay, because I wanted to show you something. Now, Terraform init. Now again, you see, we have the output section here, okay? Now, most importantly here, what you say, we are getting the IP, okay? IP of this resource group. Again, sometimes what I see is students get confused, okay? So now, how I'm getting the IP? People try to understand this. So here you see, from where? Azure network interface. Where is Azure network interface? Scroll up right here, Azure network interface, correct? Now, what is the name? Example NIC. Scroll up. Here you see we have the example NIC, right? And here, now I'm getting the private IP address, right? Private IP address. Do you see here private IP address in this NIC? Here, right? Private IP address, correct? And now this is allocation, but basically we are not providing this IP address. So this, once this will get created, then out of this, we are going to extract the private IP address. Okay, guys, this is output is really, really powerful. Guys, making sense? Type MK in the chat box. Just hit the auto approve. Okay, I is going to create a, thank you so much. Now we see the all plan, what this is going to do. Everything is here. I is creating the resource group. And let's go ahead. We'll try to see from here. say the terminal. This is still creating. We can see some details over here. Okay, see example RG got created. We should have some already resources here. We see the VNet got created. Now this is going to create remaining resources. But guys, quickly, everyone try to focus and try to understand. Now imagine this, I have used this to create the development environment. Imagine now I have used this configuration file to create the development environment, right? Now I have to go and create the production environment. Okay. So what do I need to change for the production environment? Let me know in the chat box. Now, this is for the development environment. I want to create the virtual machine for the production environment. What I need to change here in this configuration file? Capacity, very good, Anjana, very nice. Providers, not basically, I think provider will be same, right? Storage size, Ranbir, you are right, could be. What else? IP will be same, automatically taken. What else? Let me copy this code, send in the chat box so you can look into that. Guys, I wanted you to know this. Okay, this is very important. Guys, a lot of things, right? If you see, try to understand here. So first thing first, this what we're calling this Terraform example.rg. It could be maybe Terraform production.rg, prod.rg, right? Then this example VNet, it could be prod-VNet. IP range could be something else, right? Here example, it will be prod subnet. IP range could be something else, correct? Again, this need to be changed, right? Prod, nick. Now you see, if you need to create the production environment, and you have to do everything here, correct? You have to go and completely change this whole main.tf. Come on. What is meaning of writing this infrastructure as a code? You again have to go and change this whole configuration. This is reusable. When we were talking about the infrastructure as a code, we're saying, okay, now this will become the reusable. Okay, write once, use many times. Are we really going to use this with this standard? Not at all, right? And that's where we need to understand Terraform variable. Okay, guys? Am I making sense? Type MK in the chat box. Perfect. Very nice. Thank you. Now we see this got created. Let's go ahead and delete this. Okay, and before that, now you see this VM IP, right? This is really amazing to see here. Let's go ahead and delete this, as you already know. It was just to give you the real sense of importance of the variable. Now, let's go here and now what is the problem with the hard coding the variable here? The things what we did on our this example, right? Okay, so no reusable. Correct, guys? You agree? Now, the way we have written this file, this is not reusable anymore. We cannot reuse it. We have to go and copy this whole code, right? And change everything, right? So you have to, we have done hard-coded VM name, location, right? ORG, VM size, everything. So that is not reusable, right? It's become very difficult to maintain, correct? Again, it's prone to error. We could make some mistakes, right? It's very natural. Now, what is the option? How we can do this? So we can use the Terraform variable to improve the code reusability. What is reusability, right? So reusability means, okay, without modifying main.tf. Because what is main.tf? Now, if you need to say in very simple language, that is brain of our configuration. This is brain of our Terraform configuration, right? So we have to do something to create the multiple environment without touching our main.tf. If you are able to do that, then we make our infrastructure as a code reusable. How do we do that? For that, we will maintain a easier file that is called variable.tf. Means all the variables what we have hard coded in main.tf will bring it into the variable.tf, and then if we need to create the production environment, right, we can go ahead and only modify the variable.tf. Only names, VM size, IP address, that's all. The main will remain as it is because that is the brain of our configuration, right? So if we are able to do that, then our whole infrastructure will be scalable and easy to adapt any environment. Go and change the VM size, IP addresses, right guys? If you agree, type capital agree in the chat box. Very nice. So there is two types of the variables. Okay. One is the input variable. So when we are creating our infrastructure, so we are passing the different variables, right? We're using the different name here, right? So this is called input variable. To create the infrastructure, we need to give the inputs. So this is called input variables. So we need to pass this dynamically to our main.tf. To our main.tf. And what is another variable? Another variable is output variable. Okay, so here if you see this configuration file, scroll down in the output. Here I am trying to get name of the resource group, VM name, and the public IP. Maybe in the production I need to also get public IP. Maybe I need to get subnet ID. If I'm giving this code to someone else, right, then he needs something else as well, correct? So different people need different outputs, right? So again, we should make our output as a variable so people can use it as per their needs and their convenient. Guys, am I making sense? Type MK in the chat box. So if you are able to take two things, all input variables outside of your main file, all output variables out of your main files, then our whole infrastructure configuration is scalable and reusable, correct? Now, how do we structure this in the real-time environment? Let's quickly look into that. So basically what we do, we structure our project something like this. So we will have main.tf, main Terraform configuration, variable.tf, store input variables, output.tf, define your output variables. If you want, you can also create provider.tf for the cloud providers. Okay, but this is not mandatory. Again, if you want to follow this, of course, you can do that. Now, here in variable.tf, we basically store our input variables. Okay, and then you can create terraform.tf values where you can store the environment specific variables. I will explain this both so you practically, but try to understand. Okay. So for this main.tf, we need a variable, right? So what is the variable? That we will define in variable.tf file. Like we need the resource group name. And this resource group name need to be string, right? So this will define in variable.tf. We need VM size. What could be the VM size? VM size is the string type, right? And then those size, those name, we can pass it in the terraform.tf variable. So if you see main.tf, main configuration, variable.tf, all store inputs, so people can go and read what exactly inputs needed to run this main.tf and what they need to pass as per their needs. They will modify this, okay, and it will become reusable. Guys, so far so I'm making sense. Type MK in the chat box. Now I'm going to show you this practically. Perfect. Very good. Now let me clear this screen and let's go to our terminal. Now this is still deleting. Let me go ahead and delete this. Let's go here. Delete this now. Okay. Now what we are going to do. Okay. So now we are going to create the next folder. So let's go to the terminal. Okay. Let's close this. It's getting deleted from the management console. Maybe open the new tab. Okay, it's fine. Clear the screen. Let's go back to the one step folder here. What are we going to do? We are going to create Terraform variable lab. Then we'll cd into it and clear the screen. Clear the screen. Now here we are going to touch the 3 files. Okay, let me copy this and paste this. Okay. Okay, let me do one thing, guys. Okay, let's understand this. Okay, first. So what we did here, we created main.tf, variable.tf, and output.tf. Okay, let's see here. Let's go back. Let me close this. Don't save this. Now what we did here, we have created our Terraform variable.lab, right? This folder, and let's paste the code from here. So first, I'm going to post in variable.tf. Let me copy this variable.tf. Let me paste this. I will explain you in a moment. Then again, same for the main.tf. Main.tf. Then same for our output.tf. Output.tf. Everybody, please try to understand. Okay, so let's go. Okay, let's go in the main dot here. Okay, guys, you are with me? Type me in the chat box. Very important, we need to understand this. Perfect. Okay. Now, of course, I need your subscription ID, but you see, for the resource group, okay, we are not hard coding any value here, right? Now, this resource name and the location we have written in variable.tf. How? Let's understand this. If we scroll here, we are defining here variable. So when we write the variable, we start with the name variable. Providers, we start with the providers. Resource name, start with the resource name. Output, start with the outputs. Variable, we start with the variable. What is our variable? Location. And here we are writing the description. So now if these three files, I'll give it to someone for their application, they need to understand what is purpose of this location variable. So for that, we have written a small description, and also we written type here. Okay, this is the string type, and we have also written default value. Same resource group name, right? Variable, resource group name. What is the description? Name of the resource group. Or what is the type? String. And what is the default value? Terraform example.rg. Same for the VM name, right? So what is the description? Name of your virtual machine. Type is string. Default is example VM. So if you need to create for the prod, you can what you make it prod, right? For the development, make it dev. For test, make it test. Okay, guys, am I making sense? If yes, type yes in the chat box. Perfect. Now, most importantly, this is you need to understand here. So now if you see here, we took out all these variables in the variable file. Now, how to use this variable in the main.tf? Very simple, try to understand. So here, so we start var. So here, you are trying to use the variables defined in the variable.tf. So we type var, then dot, which variable? Resource group name. Here we see resource group name, right? So this is going to get the resource group name, and what is the default value? It will take this value. I hope this is clear. Now, how does it all happen? One thing, guys, please try to understand. As I said, when you are creating your main.tf, so technically you don't need to type main.tf. It could be Pravin.tf, right? So when Terraform loads, start creating the infrastructure, it loads all the file. It will load main.tf, output.tf, and variable.tf. So it's know your all files. And when it will see in the main.tf, you have only written the resources, you see resources, is going to, it's understood this is your main.tf. In this file, let's say this is called runwith.tf file. So though this is runwith.tf, but it will understand this is variable. This is the variable file, right? Same goes for the output. So what Terraform do is load all the files, okay? Then it's identify. But technically, you should give the good name so you will understand, your team member will understand, and this also industry standard. So when it's loaded everything, right, then it's no, okay, where is your resource group dot name? So then using the var and this resource group name, you are able to load the value of this variable from variable.tf. Guys, if this is clear, type capital clear in the chat box. Very nice. Same goes for the output.tf as well. But guys, here is the one problem. Now, if I go and give all these three files to you, right? And you can go ahead and then where you need to do changes, mostly you change your variable.tf file, right? Variable.tf file with this default values, right? As per your needs. Agree, guys? Maybe output, what output do you need? But here we can even make it more better. That's where we had this concept called Terraform.tf var. So what we do in variable.tf, we can remove all the default values, okay? and all values will be taken from here. So now person who is going to read our this configuration file, they will know what they will know. They will know this, sorry, this main.tf is our main configuration file. If you need to know what variable you need to pass, go ahead and read this, and actual value is here. Okay. So now what we are going to do, we are going to delete everything what we have created. So rm minus rf, then dot, delete everything. Yes. Okay. It's clear now. Now we are going to again create everything from the scratch. Okay. Delete this, delete this, delete this. Because now we want our tf dot variable file as well. Okay. Let me open this. Now we are going to create the one more file. Let's go to the terminal. And here you see, okay, we are creating main.tf, variable.tf, output.tf, and terraform.tf file. Create this. Let's verify here. We got all these files. Now let's go ahead and paste some code. So let's start with the variable. Let's go here, open the variable and paste this. Now you see here, now this is more clean. So people who want to use this, they go and read and see what is the location, right? Read the description. What is the resource group name? What is the VM name? What is the VM size? So this will be again just readable for them, correct? Now we'll go in our terraform.tf var, and here we are going to add the all variables. Now you see location, resource group name, VM size, admin user, admin password. Guys, this is look much better, more standard. Type better in the chat box. Very nice. Now very simple. Let's go ahead and get the again main.tf. Paste everything here and then output.tf. Okay, guys, all set. We have much better code now, right? Now this is reusable. Now simply you can go ahead and run Terraform init. All set. Great. Very nice. Now it's done. It's done. Now let's do Terraform apply minus auto approve. Hit the enter. Now we know it's going to take a couple of time. What is saying? Okay, we already know we're supposed to get this error. And what do we need? This thing, correct. Go ahead and paste this, no problem. Subscription ID. And guys, now this is going to run, going to create. Now I have question for you. Everyone, the way it's going to create everything, right? But meantime, I have question for everyone. Everyone, if you are with me, type focus in the chat box. So my question is, now we have very clean code, right? With the variables .tf, and actual value is here. Then actual brain of configuration is here, and output is here. Now, for myself, Okay, now if I give all this code to, let's say, anyone here, okay, let's say Favor, okay, or maybe Anna. So they can go ahead and verify, change these values as per their needs, right? Maybe they need different username for the VM, different password, and he will create it or she will create it, right? But now for me, let's say if this was for the my local testing, I want to deploy this whole infrastructure, create this whole infrastructure in the development environment. What should I do? If and as currently I was doing these testings, right? And you see, this is created the resources, all good, all fine. I was testing. Now you want to create these resources in the development environment. What should I do now? Push to GitHub? Not exactly. Only change the variables. Okay. Sufrajit, good. Anyone else? Change the variables. Okay. And the resources should not change. Change the variables in the terraform.tf file. Lalit, good. But guys, if I go and do these changes, right, then what I'm doing, I'm overriding my current environment with the development one, right? If I need again for the production one, so again I go and change these files. Do you think this is best practice? No. Then what? We have the solution, and solution is, look at my screen. What is the solution? Multi-environment folder structure. Okay, multi-environment folder structure. How do we do this? Very simple. We will go, and if this is our Terraform project, right? We have the providers, we have not using it. We have the main.tf, we have variable.tf, output.tf. We have also Terraform.tf, where this is for the testing one. We go and create the environment folder, and here we create environment specific variables. And then for the development environment, I will put my dev environment configuration file. For the test, I will do the test. For the prod, I will do the prod. Guys, now this is making sense. It's amazing. Super. Very nice. Very happy you guys are able to follow me. Very nice. Good. Boom. Now we have created here our testing things sandbox, right? Now we want to deploy in the dev environment. What should we do? We'll go ahead and create another file, dev.tf files, correct? And before that, we need to create a folder here, right? Here, clear the screen, then ls-al, correct? mkdir envs imps, correct? Then touch imps, then dev.tf vas. Okay. Now what we'll do, we will paste our dev environment specific configuration there, right? So let's go here, and we have in inf dev environment variables, paste it here. Guys, now looks much better. Now, if you see, this was just for the example, right? Now, this is for the dev environment, okay? Location, resource group name is much better. VM name is much better. VM size looks better. Admin name, right? Looks good. And we have the password as well, different password, right? So now here, let's save this. And now if I need to run this, let me clear the screen. Everyone, guys, please focus, try to understand step by step, one by one. We are learning very important concept. Now this, you think this is the solution, but this is going to create another problem. So your attention is really, really important for me. It really matters. So everyone, please focus. So, dev environment working fine. Sorry, a sandbox environment working fine, all good. Now, how do I run this command here? Now I want to create the dev environment, right? For that, we are going to run this command. Correct, guys? Terraform apply var file here env/dev. Okay. Why, guys? Because our variable file is where? In envs. It was environments, right? Yes, it was envs. Guys should correct me, right? Envs. And now if we run this, what this is going to do is going to create the environment for development. Oh, no, I don't need to apply this. Close this. Sorry. Big mistakes, right? Why big mistakes? I'm going to create different environment. I should actually see, right, with the apply. Guys, you agree with me? With the plan. Correct, guys? So let's hit this and see what this is going to do. Guys, try to understand and see this. Now, if you see here in the plan is going to add 5 and is going to destroy 5. What? I'm not expecting this. Scroll up. Let's see what basically is doing. Is showing is going to destroy, then recreate it. Let's try to understand this. Is going to replace the resource group. Is going to look like replace the RJ, subnet, virtual machine. What? It's going to replace everything. This is what we are expecting, guys. This is what we are expecting. No. I want my sandbox environment running as it is. And same time, I want to deploy resource in my production. Right, guys? Exactly. But this is not expected behavior. Oh, no. How do we solve this, guys? We need solution for that, right? Do we need solution? Guys, type solution in the chat box. I hope you are following me, guys. Very important. We are learning concepts one by one, layer by layer, right? Perfect, guys. Super. You guys are nice. Now we are going to find the solution for that. And that's where we are going to learn another new concept. This is called Terraform Workspace. Terraform Workspaces. What is Terraform Workspace? Terraform Workspace allow isolated environment within the same configuration directory. Let me repeat once again. What Terraform Workspace will do, it will help us to create isolated environment within same directory configurations. So in same directory, we have configuration for sandbox environment, that what we are testing, right? Then the development environment. We could also have for the production, right? So from same directory, we want to create the isolated environment, and for that we can use Terraform Workspace. Guys, if we're able to relate this, then type REL, relate, in the chat box. It's very important for you to understand this logic, these concepts. Perfect. It's very simple. No rocket science. Now we run another command called Terraform Workspace new dev. So it will create the new workspace. We can create same for the production. When we do for the production, then once you create the workspace, then we have to select the right workspace. So now in our this current environment, we will have the multiple workspace, right? And we create, let's say dev, and let's say prod. Then we have to select the right one, okay, to do the right environment deployment. And how do we do that? For that, we use Terraform Workspace, select the environment. And once you do that, then you go ahead and run Terraform apply the way we have did it. Guys, if this is super clear, type super in the chat box. Very nice. Amazing, guys. So let's go ahead, open the terminal and clear the screen. We will create Terraform Workspace. What do we create? Terraform Workspace, new dev, right? Now what this is saying, people try to read it and understand it. So created and switch to the new workspace dev. You are now on new empty workspace. Workspace isolate their states. So if you run Terraform plan, Terraform will not see any existing states of this configuration. What is this states? State is nothing but, as we understood, where Terraform maintain our resources. So what happening here? People try to understand. So when we were trying to run Terraform plan, it's going to see existing states, right, of our deployment, and you see the conflict. Okay, again, I'm going to talk this state in a moment. Don't worry about that. Okay, but now you understand what we did. We created new workspace, correct? And we have selected it. Now we simply go and run this plan, and you will see magic going to be happen. It's going to do the new deployment. We will get new deployment plan. Well, done it. Super. Now we see it's going to create new resources along with our existing one, correct? All looks good. We are happy. Now let's go ahead and apply this. Apply. And again, I want to give the auto approve. Hit the enter. Now this is creating the resources. Let's go to our Azure dashboard. And here refresh this. Sorry, here, refresh this. Now we have the example, right? And again, dev right? So both environment going to stay along with each other. Now let's go to the terminal. Now this is creating, guys. It's working. It's going to create. There's no doubts. Guys, all good. You understood. We all are on the same page. Type capital SAME in the chat box. SAME. Fantastic. Super. Guys, now we will understand new concept. But before that, let's look at our assignment. Okay, now you should be doing some assignments. Okay, so let me explain the assignment. Okay. So now we have the next assignments, assignment number 29, where I want you to create the infrastructure for multi-cloud and multi-region deployment with Terraform. Okay, and if you click and open this, have given very nice use case. Okay, so there is a company that need resilient cloud agnostic assets landing zone. So they have some file assets, so they want to put in the AWS as well as in the Azure. Okay, so production team later they want to push the build artifacts and static assets whichever region and whichever cloud they want. Okay, so again based on their closest region. So this is a global company and they want the multi-cloud storage. Okay, and for that you have to do that. So I've created these assignments and you have to do this. Okay, so you have to create S3 bucket, two S3 bucket in two different region in AWS and two storage account in two different region in Azure. So this is your assignment number 29. Guys, it's clear? Good. Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Let's verify this. Now we see it's got created. Okay, guys, let's verify from our Azure Management Console. Okay, all good. Now let me go ahead and quickly delete this because now we are going to create the different resources. But guys, before that, I have a quick question. So now everything we are doing in where? Azure, are you confident enough to create everything what we have did here now for the AWS? And if you are confident, type how much confident. 60%, 40%, 0%, 200%. Let me know in the chat box. 100%. Oh, looks like couple of 100,000% from the Lalit. Super. 80%, 70. Oh, 30%. This side to here. At least I'm not expecting 30%. Why so 30%, guys? 100%. 70% makes sense. 90% makes sense. You have to go and do some readings, right? Do something. 99.9%, 60%, 50% until I practice. That's quite a reasonable answer. Well done, guys. Fantastic. I'm very happy seeing the result, except one person said the 30%. So I'm not sure why he or she says 30%. Okay. But looking all these, all building blocks, all documentation, right? You should go and do it. So 70%, 60% is good confidence level. Okay, guys. Perfect. Super. Now, well, what we have this very usable, scalable, our infrastructure as a code for creating the virtual machine that can create infrastructure in Azure in multiple environment. Okay, guys. So far, so all good, all clear. Type clear in the chat box. Really nice. Are you sleeping? You are typing it out now 80%. Perfect. Super. Guys, now all good, all nice. And here we able to manage, deploy our resources in the multiple environment, in the multiple account. And now I'm thinking we are going to move to the two important topics. So shall we take our lunch break or shall we continue? Because these topics will take around 45 minutes. Lunch break, lunch break, first, food first, break please. Attendance first. Yes. Break, boom. Break is much needed. Perfect, guys. Totally makes sense. So let's have your attendance. So if Mr. Sharma is here, our community manager, Akash Sharma, so he can go ahead and put the attendance form and we will do the attendance. Then we will do a break for our lunch. Akash, you are here? Or maybe any other commenter has knowledge about the form, if you are able to paste it.
Let me check and update here.
Yes, let's do that. And maybe I can give a call to Sharma ji. Yes, guys, attendance form is coming in a moment. Guys, we are going to cover two important concepts, a very, very important concept. Okay, Terraform state file. We haven't covered it. Okay, and then we'll go to the module. So if I need to take interview of anyone, okay, so I must ask question from the state file. Okay, I must ask question from the module. Okay, so this is your best place for your testings, your knowledge testing. So guys, attendance form is there. So please go ahead and mark your attendance. Once you are done, type done in the chat box. Then we'll start the timer for our lunch break. And guys, let's me start the timer. Guys, 35 minutes is enough, right guys? So if we complete earlier, then we can close our day early, right? So let's do for the 35 minutes. Why you need 45 minutes? You want to eat fish? Yes, 35 minutes is fine. Okay, guys, let's do it 35 minutes. It won't take more time. Lunch, okay? I complete lunch in just 15-20 minutes, right, guys? But yeah, we have the 35 minutes is good enough. So let's do it. Come back and we wrap up our day earliest so you can free for the rest of the day. Okay, guys, thank you so much. Please go ahead, complete your lunch, be away from your screen, and see you in next 35 minutes. Thank you. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. If you people are back, type back in the chat box. Guys, everyone is back. Did you get enough time to have your lunch? Or some of you are still eating? Done? What you had in your lunch? Type in the chat box. Still eating? Okay. Thoughts? Done? Mubarak, how you are still eating from 35 minutes? I cooked my food, not my food. I cooked my rice, okay? So dal was ready. So I cooked rice fresh, okay? Then I ate it. I cooked and ate it, and you were still eating. दाल भात भुजिया, क्या बात है मिश्रा जी, मनीष जी, सुपर। मैंने भी दाल खाया, भात खाया एंड घी के साथ, कोई सब्जी बना नहीं है। वाइफ ने घर छोड़ के चली गई, बोली राइस बना लो खुद से। कुक्ड एक कड़ी, ओके। मुबारक, वेयर डू यू लिव? पनीर रोटी, क्या बात है तनिषा, सुपर। राइस एंड कड़ी, परफेक्ट। कड़ी चावल, ओ सुपर। बांग्लादेश, ओके। राइस एंड बीन्स, ग्रेट। बटर चपाती, गुड। लेडी फिंगर कर्ड, वेरी नाइस। Hot tea, this is your lunch, hot tea? Maggie, oh. So for eating Maggie, Subhajit, you need 45 minutes with omelette, catching fishes. Great, super. A student living alone, yeah, I could imagine. Great. Perfect, guys, super. So I think looks like people are back, and thank you so much for letting me know what you are eating. What about the people on the YouTube? Have you ate or not? I did something wrong. Yes, now I see everyone. Perfect. Okay, guys, shall we start? Type start in the chat box. So, Baljit, we can imagine if you are going to catch the fish, then it will take even 45 minutes is less. Here we in the Finland, sometimes I go for the fishing. We sit for the whole day. You don't get any fish. But that is good patience test. Okay, so it's really relaxing, going sitting on the lake side. Okay, no one with you. Okay, just trying to fish the catch the fish is relaxing. Super, very nice, guys. So let me share my screen, and now we are going to the very important topic. Is very important for you as a DevOps engineer. You for your interview. So let's try to understand. Okay. So YouTube people also have eaten. Okay, I see the message. Jollof rice. Okay, that looks something new dish.
There are few people, sorry to interrupt you, there are few people want to review quickly about Terraform Workspace.
Okay, perfect. We'll do that. No problem. Good, 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 good. Okay, so now let me share my screen. Let's go back to the previous slide. So I can explain you workspace, and I think meantime other people can also join. Okay. So you people, if you can see my screen loud and clear, please type SA in the chat box. Fantastic. Super. Very nice. So some people want to revise the workspace. Okay. So let's understand what is workspace. But before that, why do we need workspace? Right? So what was the problem? What was the problem? Why we have started looking into the workspace? So if you remember what we were trying to do, so on the local machine, we have created main.tf file, right? Where you put our configuration file for creating network and all network related configuration like IPs and also subnet. Then there was code for creating the virtual machine, right? We had also variable file, variable.tf. We had also output.tf. Then we also created Terraform.tf where we put our all configuration. And so using this all, what we did, we have created our sandbox infrastructure, right? Right, guys? And using the same configuration, we wanted to create our development environment infrastructure. And we realize the configuration file what we have here, this is not production ready. This is not even, we can say, development environment ready. So this was our file, right? You see, as we were testing, we have given some name like, okay, example, right? Some random password, right? So now we wanted to go for our development environment. Then we thought we create a meaningful variables. And for that, what we did, we created another folder, infs, and there we have created dev.tf files. And here we have put our development environment specific variables, or we can say configuration. Right, guys? Are we on the same page? Type same in the chat box. Very nice. So now we have this dev.tf files. Then to run this, we have tried running this command, right? So Terraform apply inf, then dev.tf file. So when we were trying that, then what we have realized, it was trying to override our sandbox environment. So it was deleting, it was saying destroy this all setup. So what we have did, then it was creating the new infrastructure with this variable. But that we don't want, right? So from our this place, our this application, sorry, infrastructure configuration, right? We wanted to create the isolated environment, right? So we should run our sandbox environment as well as our, let me change color of my pencil. Sandbox environment as well as our development environment, right? So for that, we have created the workspace. So what is workspace? Workspace is basically features of the Terraform that allow to create isolated environment with the same application configuration directory or folder. So how do we do that? For that, we have created the workspace using this command terraform workspace new development. And then we can also create for the production. And once we have created this, then we have selected the development environment. Then we run this command. So we were in the new isolated environment. Okay. So it went ahead and created our development environment infrastructure. And this is what you see here, right? Now here we are in our development workspace. Now we can go back to our default one. Okay. So Terraform workspace, then select default default. Okay. Now you see we switch to our default one. And what is the default one? Where we have created our infrastructure with this configuration, right? This configuration, correct? Now again, if you go and try to running from here, it will only go and create the sandbox environment. But again, if you want to again go and create for your development environment, what we can do here, we can go to our dev workspace, and this will be for the development environment. Guys, if this is clear, type capital clear in the chat box. Fantastic. Super. Now, all set, all good. And let's do a couple of more things here. Okay. Now, I have did this everything for this project. And now let me, okay. So, okay. Now what I want, so here we have created everything, right? What do we need? Okay. And everything is ready. And as of now, what you see, I have been working alone on this configuration file. Okay. I have been working alone. Now I want you people also work on this infrastructure. Okay. So how you will work on this? So for that is very simple. I can take this whole code and I will commit in the GitHub, and you can clone it and you can start working on it. Right, guys? It's very simple. If you agree with me, type agree in the chat box. Perfect. Very nice. Very good. Now, let me do one thing. Let me delete one of the files from here. Okay. Let me delete this. Move to trash. Or maybe let's make it a bit simple. Okay. Okay, let's do here. Let's go and let me delete this. Guys, I'm trying to explain you very important concepts. Okay, so I wanted to give you the right example, right scenario. So you should not forget it. Okay, so let's go our first Terraform where we have created what? A resource group, right? So let's go there. And let me go back and clear the screen and cd first Terraform ls -al. Okay. And here even let me go ahead and delete these two folders as well. We can create fresh, but yeah, let me do it here itself. No worries. And delete this one. So now if we do this, what does it mean? Now this is complete clean folder, right guys? Correct guys? Now here, now if we need to create this resource, what we need? Terraform form init. Okay. Now let's see here what this is going to do here. Look into here, guys. Please look into here, keep looking here, what this is doing here. You see, we already know this is going to create what? We already know, right? This is created these two files for here, right? One is this Terraform .terraform, another is this Terraform log file. And we already know what is purpose of it, correct? Now, let's see, clear the screen. We're going to do Terraform apply minus, not single minus, auto approve, right? And hit the enter, and let's see what this is going to do here now. What we see, guys, here? Here we have one new file, terraform.state file, right, guys? Terraform.state file. Guys, you are with me? Correct? Perfect. Now let's delete this and go to here. We see this is got created, correct? Let's clear the screen. And now let's go ahead and run this command once again. What it will happen now? Is saying no changes, right? Your infrastructure matches with the configuration, correct? Perfect. Got it? Totally fine. Now let's go ahead and edit this main.tf file. Everyone, please try to understand. Now let's make this Terraform RG3 and save this. Okay. Go ahead and again here do the plan. What it will say? It will say, so now this is going to replace the existing and going to create new one. Correct, guys? How Terraform know we have already a resource present? This no, you know why? Because of this Terraform.state file. Because of this Terraform.state file. Now, what is present in this Terraform.state file? If you open this, and here we will see lineage. What is lineage? Lineage is the technical words we use in the data. Okay. So when we create the data, so data has the lineage. Lineage means from where this data is coming. What is orientation of this data? Over the time, how this data got changed. So we use lineage, a lineage graph to know the back history of the data. Same concepts Terraform use here. So this is creating lineage ID, and then here is maintaining all the details about the resources what we have created. So this is basically source of truth of our existing infrastructure. Now if we go simply clear the screen, okay, and we go ahead and delete this file, this, and before that, let's do one thing. Let's go ahead and let's apply this, okay? First apply this. Everyone, please try to understand. You're going to understand very important concepts. If you follow all this sequence example, you will never forget. We know it's going to replace it. We given the auto approval, so it's going to remove this. It will take a couple of more seconds, and this is going to delete this because it's destroying and destruction is completed. It took around 18 seconds. Now this is creating our new resource group, RG1 is still creating. Now this is done. Okay, let's go ahead. Now we see, okay, new resource got created. Okay, and again, if you see, this is the new lineage ID. Okay, again, these details. If you see here, we have everything so what we have created. Now, if you see, this is RG3, right? Subscription details, location, managed by, don't have any tags, right? You see, everything is here. Now, let's go ahead. We want to again update it. Let's go to the main and type here 4, and save this. Clear the screen, right? If we go again, we run the plan, it will tell us because of this existing state file is going to replace it. Right? Now we know this. If you go, let's delete this. Let's go ahead. Run the plan. What it will tell now? It's don't know about the previous states, right? Now this is saying is going to create the new resource. Now this is going to create the new resource, right? So now you understood whatever it's giving in the plan, it was only because of the state file that was created over here. Guys, you are with me? Agree? Type agree in the chat box. Perfect. Now, this is the biggest problem. Here you see this Terraform state file that's this created on my local machine. Let's go ahead again, apply this. It's going to again create the new resource group, okay? Because it don't know the existing one. Okay, it will add it perfectly fine. So now let's look at the bigger picture. So currently what I was trying to understand, states file, what is importance of it and how it store your data. Now let's go to our bigger application. Let's go back, go to this application, and that was our production ready code, right? This one, okay? We have configuration to create the network, create the virtual machine for the test environment and also for the development environment. Now here, let's imagine I want Vincent to work with me on this. Let's say he's the intern, okay, working with me, and I want him to give some task to modify this code. So what I should do, basically, I will go ahead and put this whole code in the GitHub, and give him the access. Okay, guys? All you agree with me? Now what will happen? Vincent will go and he will download this code, right? And he will do the changes. Let's say if he's going and doing some changes in the development environment, he will change the password, right? So you can go ahead again. Yeah, we are assuming everyone try to understand here. So now this application code, it was on my local system, right? I have pushed it on the GitHub, correct? Now, and using this, I have deployed resources in Azure. We have the network. Within this network, we have the virtual machine, right? Now, we have the new DevOps engineer, Vincent, okay? And I have asked him to do the development for the development environment. So on the GitHub, we can go ahead and pull the code on his local system, right? And he will do some changes. Of course, he will configure the Azure and he will deploy it. Correct, guys? He will go ahead and deploy the resources. So when he will deploy the resources, what will happen? The Terraform state file, correct? So here, this Terraform, sorry, where is this? This Terraform, I think we have deleted here, right? Let's go here. This Terraform.tf state file. So Terraform.tf state. He will have the new Terraform TF state file. And I have also this on my local system, right? Terraform.tf state. Guys, you are with me? So I have my Terraform.tf state file and Vincent has his Terraform.tf state file. So when I have deployed, create this VM, okay, let's say it was the B1 size, a standard B1 size, and then he will go ahead and change with the, let's say, D1 size, right? He will go ahead and update this. So now this VM will become the bigger VM because of this size. He's sitting somewhere in the, let's say, USA. I'm sitting in the Finland. Now I will go ahead, change this with, let's say, S1. Okay, I'll go ahead. And now when I run this, so it will, my Terraform local will go and match with the Terraform file, right? And then it will, based on this, it will go and create this one, right? Now what happening, whatever Vincent has done, right? I'm going to override it. Guys, you are with me or agree? Because the changes what Vincent has done, it is picking up from his local Terraform.state file, correct? And my changes is finding from the my local file, and that we already understood from the previous example when I was showing, right? Because when we deleted Terraform.tf state file, it don't do anything. My current Terraform state file not aware of what is present in this state file. What does it mean? It means I am doing something. I am pushing something here, right? And Vincent is pushing something from his system, and we both are overriding our changes. And we are creating the conflict. You guys agree? Perfect. If you all agree, now let's go to the Terraform TF file and little bit try to understand what exactly this Terraform TF state file has. Okay. So as we see, this is name called Terraform.tf state. Let me change the color of my pencil, right? This is Terraform.tf state file. What it has, you already know. This is basically check the status, track existing resources, dependencies, and configuration changes. We are aligned. What does it exactly mean? It means what resources already exist, on which resource its dependencies, on which states, okay, what are the dependencies of the existing resources, and also what is current, what is exist, and what is the desired, what we are going to create it, right? So this Terraform the state file, this is giving all these details, and it means if we have two Terraform.tf state file, so it is behaving differently. You all agree with me? Type agree in the chat box. So if we don't want to override each other changes, right? So we need a Terraform, we need a common Terraform.state file. Agree, guys? If you don't want to override each other changes, then we need a common Terraform.state file. Otherwise, we are going to mess around our production or development environment. If you all agree all with me, right? Then how do we solve this problem? This problem we will solve with Terraform backend. What is Terraform backend? Terraform backend is a remote backend that store our Terraform state file. So this is basically a remote backend. So initially it was on my local system. So instead of storing this Terraform state file on my local system, it is stored on the remote system that Terraform connects to in order to save and read the states file. So when it will be on the remote storage system, then even my local whole configuration point out to the remote backend, remote storage state file, and again Vincent computer point out to the same, right? It means we are not going to override each other changes. What could be this different storage system for this remote backend? We could use Azure Blob Storage. I'm going to show you in a moment. We can use AWS S3. We can also use Terraform Cloud or maybe Google Cloud. So to store this remote backend Terraform TF state file, we can use any of these remote storage, and we both can point out to the same backend. Okay, guys, so far so all clear, all good? Type good in the chat box. Good. Now, if you all understood, you all are with me, let's understand this practically. Let me show you, so you will understand how do we do that. And for that, I have created again a very good lab. So let me show you. So now what we are going to do, we are going to make another folder here. Clear the screen. Guys, just wanted to double check. Guys, all clear, all good. Did you really understand why do we need Terraform.state file? First things first, what is purpose of Terraform.state file? Second, why do we need the backend? These two concepts need to be very clear, and trust me, if you go for the interview, okay, people must ask this question. Perfect, super. So now we are in our workspace. What I'm going to do, here I'm going to create the new folder, remote backend lab. We'll cd into it. I'm touching the three files, main, variables, terraform.tf. Okay. Now let's go ahead and put some code here. Let me close this. remote backend, right? Open variable.tf. Let me put this here. So we only need location and the resource group. Then go to the main.tf file. And I'm going to explain you, this is very important. Let me save this. Then we are good. Okay. So this Terraform. Okay. So variables. Now you see in the terraform.tf var file, we are not putting anything. We are putting default configuration here only, right? But technically we should put here. This is a demo. So this is completely fine. Now let's go to the main.tf file. And here, try to understand this. Everyone, please focus. Type, guys, if you are with me, you can see my screen. Type focus in the chat box. Okay, very nice. Okay, so this is our existing code. We already know. And what we are doing here, additional things, we are adding the backend. We are telling Terraform, hey, don't use my remote backend. Don't use this backend on my local system. I want to use remote backend. So here, Terraform backend. Again, how I know this code? You know very well, right? Where should you go? Where should you go and find all these details? Where you should go and find all these details? S3 bucket, Ranbir, no. So these details are in Terraform Registry documentation. It's no rocket science, right? Go ahead and read it. But for your understanding, let's understand what we are saying. We're saying, okay, now my backend, I want to create where in Azure, okay? And here resource group. Then, of course, now what could be this backend? If you go here, now we are going to use the Azure blob storage, right? So when you're going to use blob storage, what do we need? We need the resource group. We need the storage account, right? And the storage account, we need a container. And you already know that, right? So actually where do we create a blob storage? In a container, right? But to create the container, we need the resource group, we need the storage account, correct? Now, if you are able to see this, this is what we are doing. We are saying, okay, for this backend, use this resource group, use this storage account, use this container, right? And what will be my state file name? Use prod terraform.tf state. Or maybe you can put it as a dev. Let's put it as a dev, right? Now, what will happen? So when we do Terraform plan and Terraform apply, so it will look into this state file where in Azure, in this container, in this storage account, and this resource group. Guys, am I making sense? If yes, type MK in the chat box. Perfect. Very good. What does it mean? It means we have to go ahead and create this, right? We have to make sure we have this resource group, this storage account, and this container. Then this will be taken care by the Terraform. So again, maybe you can use another Terraform script to create this backend. But for this demo purpose, I'm going to use CLI. Very simple. So Azure, you see here, Azure group create resource name, resource group name, location, right? Hit the enter. It will create the resource group. Done. Then let me go ahead and create the storage account with the CLI quickly. Copy this. Then we need to also create our container. Let me copy the code. Now you see this is running. So storage account takes some time. So let's wait. Let me quickly check how people doing in the YouTube. Yes, guys, I see registry, focus, start. Thank you so much. Great, guys. Now it's got created. Now next is to create the container. Now this is also created with some warning, no problem. What does it mean? Now to run this, use this configuration, everything is set, right? Very simple. What is our next command? Terraform init. And guys, let's see. Now here, it's not going to create Terraform state file. Everyone, let's try to understand this. Okay. Now, if you see my screen, you see initializing the backend, right? Where now backend is configured Azure RM, okay? And this is going to use automatically unless and until you are going to change it, right? Now, perfect. Let's go Terraform, then apply minus auto approve. No, I did some mistake. What? Terraform, I have used double P, triple P, right? Auto approve. Thank you so much, Jenny. Now something is happening over here, okay? You see, it's saying acquiring the lock state, it takes some moment. What is this? I will explain you in a moment. But let's see, it's going to create the resources, right? It's going to create the resource, one adding, doing everything. But now you see in local, we don't have the state file. What does it mean? It's creating a state file somewhere in our Azure account. So let's go here, go to the resource group, refresh this. This is our backend RG, Terraform remote backend. Now let's go in the, what happened? Let me refresh this. Okay, let me see what exactly we are. No, sorry, this is Terraform backend, not this one. So Terraform backend, Terraform backend. Here we have the storage account. Now let's go in the data storage container, TF state, and here you will see our dev Terraform TF dot state, right? So now you see this got created, and here we don't have our state file here, but this state file is where? In our remote. Now what does it mean? It means whenever I will go and run any commands from here, it's going to use my remote backend. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Very nice. Okay. Let's go back to the slide. Okay. And one important thing here. Everyone, please, if you see my screen, you are with me, type essay in the chat box. I'm going to explain very important concept here. Perfect. So, people, what we did, here's the Pravin Mishra, right? I have my local computer. Then I have written the Terraform configuration file. I put in the GitHub. I invited Vincent to work on this. So he pulled the code on his local system, right? Then we have seen the problem with our state file, right? So we both were trying to override each other configuration, correct? Then what we did, we have come up with the solution to go and create the remote backend, correct? So we created our state file in the Azure, and now this even could be AWS as well, no problem. How to do in the Azure, AWS, I will explain in a moment. Again, very simple, okay? But now for time being understood, we have, as we did in the Azure, and we have created the, now we have the network and the virtual machine within it. Correct, guys? Everyone with me, type me in the chat box. And so far, so all clear. Type me in the chat box. Very good. Now, here we have the state file remote, and it could be, now what is time now? My local time is 12:43, and here I'm trying to update this configuration, and same time at 12:43, Vincent is also trying to update this VM. Here at the 12:43, I'm trying to update the VM configuration with a bigger size, and same time Vincent also trying to update this virtual machine size, same time. Now we know we are using the remote TF and state file. So it will, what this will do, it will only make sure we have the right configuration. We are not overriding each other. So if when I did my update, so if I use, let's say, a VM size B1, right? Now, when second time Vincent done, he put, let's say, D1, right? So when third time, and I'm going to update, if I do, let's say, S1, then it will tell me, hey, Pravin, current VM size is D1. It's not B1 anymore, because someone from team has already updated this, right? So now it will show me in my plan D1, correct? And it say, now you are going to replace D1 with S1, okay? So this problem we have solved, right, guys? You all are with me? Type capital ME in the chat box. If we all are on the same page, type here. Now we have one bigger problem here. We have solved one problem well. So now I know, so after my update, virtual machine size is D1. Now it's saying, Pravin, you're going to update D1 with S1, not B1. Is already updated by Vincent. But if exactly at 12:43, I'm going to update this virtual machine with S1, and maybe Vincent also trying to update his virtual machine with, let's say, Z1 VM size, right? So how it will ensure my changes will take effect, it will be S1, or how it will ensure Vincent changes will be Z1 when we do the same time, right? So there will be some conflict. Guys, agrees? As of now, we don't have any mechanism that say, hey, Pravin, wait, Vincent is doing something. There's no mechanism as of now that tell, hey, Vincent, wait, Pravin is doing something, right? It's good. We have put our state file remote. Based on this is giving us the information, but it's not going to tell me if at the same time Vincent is doing some update. Guys, am I making sense? Are we on the same page? Are you able to follow me? Type follow in the chat box if you are able to understand the problem statement. Perfect. What the energy. Thank you so much. So here we don't have the mechanism, right? So we need something that tell, hey, as 1243. Again, in 1243, maybe here, 1243, let's say 12 second. 1243, 12 second, if my request is coming, and 1243, and at 18 second, Vincent request is coming to update this state file, right? Then it will tell, hey, Vincent, please wait. Pravin is already doing something, okay? You need to wait for the couple of minutes or second. Once his changes will complete, then you can go ahead and do your changes. Guys, do you think we need this kind of system? Is needed in the real-time environment? Here we see we have only 2 people working, but in a real environment, we'll have the 10 people, and people work across the globe, right? Do we need this kind of system? Yes and no. What do you mean yes and no? I think you guys are not able to follow me. Is need unnecessary delay? Of course, we need a delay. Didn't matter. But how this is possible, right? At the same time, I'm doing my changes, Vincent is doing his changes. Right? We need a system, right? We need a system that say, okay, if Pravin is doing update, his request come first at 12:43, 12 second, and Vincent, your request is coming at 12:43, 18 second. Then Vincent, you need to wait. Let me apply the Pravin changes. Then we can do your changes. Okay, and this is needed. Okay, this is important. So whatever changes Vincent will do, he will see what exactly I did. And after that, he will do his changes. Okay. And this is called Terraform state file locking. So when I'm doing the changes, so state file should be locked. No one else should go and do any changes. And once I will complete my update, then other person is allowed and doing these changes. Guys, if I'm making sense, type MK in the chat box. Let's understand this practically. Okay, so now we are in the remote backend, right? Okay, let's go to the remote backend. Okay, clear the screen and let me open the new tab here. Okay, and now let's go ahead and do some changes. Guys, I hope you are able to follow me. Okay, now here I'm making change dash lock. Okay, and save this. And here I'm going to apply Terraform apply auto approve. Okay, hit it. Now, guys, let me do it here. Okay, let me look at here. Now, let me hit it here. Now, just I'm trying to mimic the scenarios, right? What you see here. Let's say this was the Pravin I did. Then here, Vincent run this command from his terminal. What is saying? Error acquiring lock state. Okay, message blob state is already locked. Okay, Terraform requires a state lock to protect states from being written by multiple users at the same time. So guys, what happening? My backend, our Azure backend, this is already locked when I have started my update. So if Vincent is going to do any changes, it will not allow him. Why? Because if you scroll up, here you see it was saying acquiring the state lock. And when this is completed the update, scroll down, you will see releasing the state lock. Guys, am I making sense? So this is default done in the Azure. Guys, making sense? Type yes in the chat box. Now you may be asked, well, why you are making this thing so complicated? If this is already done in the Azure, right? So why should I really need to know? Why should I really care about it? Guys, do you think I should not make it complicated? Does I am intentionally making it complicated? It's not that complicated. Guys, I'm not making complicated. As a DevOps engineer, you should know that. Why? Let me explain in a moment. So first, let's quickly recap. So what is Terraform state log file? Okay, this is log the state file to ensure only one operation. Depends. Okay, didn't matter who is doing that, but technically it just allow only one operation, apply, destroy, or the refresh can modify at the given time. Okay, or if XYZ reason you need to unlock it, you can use this command terraform force unlock using the lock ID. You can do that, but this is very expected and necessary behavior. We need that. Good thing is that when you have been using backend remote on the Azure, this is done by default. By default. But if you will go and do this in the AWS, then you have to do some workaround. It will not work by default. Now you should know why I was trying to explain you. If you go and try to create your backend in the AWS, you have to do some extra steps. You need to let Terraform know you are doing this locking. And why this is happening by default in the Azure, you know why? This is Azure storage default feature. So when we put any data in the storage, Azure storage, then it don't allow writing the files same time from the multiple users. In S3, this is not possible. But if you want to do that, that's something you can achieve with combination of S3 plus DynamoDB. And again, in DynamoDB, this has the feature. And DynamoDB, multiple person cannot write data same time. So what is do? It's lock the state. Okay. So you need to combine S3 with the DynamoDB. Guys, if I'm making sense, type MK in the chat box. Okay. Now, do you want to know how do we do in the AWS? Yes, it's very simple. Okay. Let me give you the hint. And for that, I have created assignment for you. Okay. But here, I will give you a small hint. It's very simple. Now, what we do basically for the AWS, our file looks like something like this. And now I want you to go and here. You see here, it's very simple. What we are saying, Terraform, then backend is S3. You have to give the bucket name, and again give the key name here. Okay, here maybe it could be dev. Okay, give the region, and you have to create the DynamoDB table. Okay, and then give the table name, and that's all. And for that, you have to make sure you create the DynamoDB table. Okay, and to create the DynamoDB table, you can use this CLI command. Okay, as of now, I believe you guys are able to do it with yourself. Okay, guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect, super. So guys, now let's go ahead and look at your next assignment. So now here you have the assignment number 30. And here what I want you to create team ready state file, remote backend that will lock, and you have to do both for the Azure and AWS. Open the assignments link. I have explained here step by step why do we need this, what is objective, what is the scenarios, and you have to go and complete these whole assignments. Okay, people. So this is your next assignments based on the state file. Make sure you really know what you are doing. Guys, so far so all clear, all good, type good in the chat box. Perfect. You have also understood the Terraform Workspace, and for that we have another assignment number 31. So here what I want you to deploy your React application. You already know your React application in two environment, development and production, and for that you have to use the workspace. Okay, so again I've given this assignments, React application link. Okay, I've given some scenario for you to understand. Then you have to complete this. And if you go on the React application, you already know what is the steps to deploy this React application. Okay, guys, so far so all clear, all good, type good in the chat box. Perfect. So people, what happened now? You have deployed your React application. For deploying your React application, everyone, please focus and try to understand. We are now jumping to the next topic, very important topic. And again, you need to understand why you need to know this topic and this feature. Okay, guys? So you have already deployed React application multiple times. To deploy React application, what you do, you go and create the network, storage, virtual machine, and you don't do the RDS, right? And then you do some configuration, right? Some app specific configuration. Okay, guys, are you on the same page? This is what you do. Type yes in the chat box. Perfect. Very nice. You people are smart. You know this. Now, when you are going to do the assignment number 31, you'll go and do, okay, you go and create the Terraform configuration file for the network, Terraform configuration file for the VM, sorry, storage, then VM, and of course you have to do this configuration by yourself, right? Yes, guys. So I believe when you do assignment number 31, right? So you will create the Terraform configuration to deploy your React application, and for that you're going to create all this configuration, correct? Now your next assignment is assignment number 32, deploy Epic Book application either on Azure or AWS, then let's go there. Now, to deploy Epic Book application, what do you need? Guys, type in the chat box. Take your time and type completely what do you need. The way we have did here for React application, I want you to write same way. Exactly, not one by one. Just write. You need network, storage, VM, X, Y, Z. Type very systematic way. As you have already deployed this React Epic Book application, right? What configuration you need to create it? My question is, as we understood, for assignment number 31, deploy React application, what infrastructure you will create with the Terraform? This infrastructure, right? You will create the network, you will create a storage, you will create the VM, then do the application configuration. Now your next assignment is 32, and here you have to deploy Epic Book application. So now my question is, what you need to create with the Terraform to deploy the Epic Book application? Perfect. I see some good answer there. Network, storage, SG, SSHID, EC2. Next, VM, VPC, RDS on the AWS. Makes sense. Network, storage, VM, RDS. Perfect, guys. Super. You are on it. Very nice. Now I see you all people are doing the great work. Amazing. Thank you so much. Heads up. Good. Now, all good, all sets, you know. So you can go ahead and create again everything here. Network, VM, storage, database, right? And again, app configuration, app config. Well, same things you did for the React application. Same thing you're going to do almost for your Epic Book application, because there was no RDS, there was no database, but here you have the database. Now imagine this is our micro internship program. Here we have only 2 projects. When you go and start working in the real-time customer environment, you will have the 10 application, and almost all need same type of the infrastructure. Very good. You have gone ahead and again created the all things for all this application. Okay, guys, all looks good, all nice. Are we on the same page? Type same in the chat box. Perfect. Amazing, guys. Now, there is the security audits inside your organization, and they have noticed the virtual machine what you have created for your all application, virtual machine for your all application, also storage for your all application. This is not encrypted at the rest. What is encryption at the rest? You already know. We discussed this multiple times in these past weeks, right? So what security audits people understood, your disk, VM disk or VM storage is not encrypted. Your storage account or S3 bucket is not encrypted as the rest. And as you have done copy and paste because you are using, almost all application using the same infrastructure, right? You've done copy and paste. So you have the same things for all the application infrastructure. Correct, guys? Are you on the same page? Type yes in the chat box. Very nice. So what you can do, okay, you are the DevOps engineer team of, let's say, around the 20 people, okay, you all working on the 10th project, not a big deal. You can go ahead and start doing the modification for this infrastructure. Again, this infrastructure, you can go do for this, 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 right? Again, we are the human, right? You can go and update this, start doing copy and paste once again from one project infrastructure file to the another project, another project, another project, another project, right? Maybe someone do some mistakes. It happened quite natural, okay? You start doing the testing for all applications, right? Come on, guys. What we are doing? This is really scalable. We're doing same thing for the 10 project. Repetitive task. This is reusable. Yes, at some extent it was, right? Now in this complex environment, right, it's not the demo application. You are dealing with the 10 projects. In real time, it could be the 100 projects, right? And 3 to 4 environment, 400 infrastructure. So this is good way of doing that. That's how we do in the real-time environment. Guys, do you see some problem here? Do you realize we are doing something wrong over here? Are we doing something wrong? Yes, we are doing something wrong, right, guys? What is the problem? We have the inconsistencies. It could have the inconsistencies, right? We are doing same task again and again, right? If this is the production environment, right, for the 10 applications, it's become very riskier to update, right? Can we do in the better way? Yes, we can do this in the better way. And that's where we can use Terraform module. That's where we can use Terraform module. What is Terraform module? Let's understand this. Guys, do you understand the problem statement? If yes, type yes in the chat box. Seriously? Yes, seriously. You are not doing real DevOps work. You think like you feel like you're doing great work, right? But you are creating a lot of issues, complexities. So you are DevOps engineer, you have to do a lot of things, right? Perfect. Now, what is Terraform module? So Terraform module provide reusable and structured infrastructure as a code. Now, what kind of reusable structure code, Pravin, are you talking? We already did this with variables, right? Now you are bringing new things, correct? Yes, we need it, but we need this at different layer. We need this at different label. So last time when we talk about Terraform variable, it was for one application infrastructure code. Why we added variable? To make our this main.tf file reusable for one application, multiple environment. Guys, am I right? You are with me? If yes, type me in the chat box. Very good. Now we are talking about different label. What is a different label? We are talking about 10 project, right? Now we are talking about the 10 project. Guys, now I see there is the attendance for your day. So please go ahead and do your attendance. And let's pause for a couple of seconds. And guys, okay, once you do it, let's do one exercise. Guys, we are around, I see all together global communities. We have the people from the globe. I see people learning this DevOps from the globe. And when I create any YouTube videos, any YouTube content, I hardly get 10 likes in the comment. Why, guys? Let me in the chat box. You all guys have subscribed the channel. When I publishing a video, hardly get 10 likes and the comment. Some people do, I notice it, okay? So guys, if you haven't done, please go ahead and subscribe this channel. First things. Perfect. Super. Thank you so much. Well, now, as I said, now we are going to make our Terraform configuration reusable at different layer. Now this time across the multiple project. Okay. So this is main point of saying reusable and more structure. More structure is very, very meaningful. Okay. What exactly does it mean? I'm going to explain you in a moment. But now you understand the problem statement and why we need the module and what module will do. So when we are saying this is more structured, what does it mean? So basically, Terraform modules provide a blueprint for the cloud resources. What is blueprint? Take it, use it. Take this, use this. Take this, use it, right? What does it mean for us, for our 10 project? So here, for this your first project, let's simplify. This is your second project. This is your third project. So first project, you have created network. You have created storage. So for the second project, this is second project, and this is third project. Ideally, you should use the network what you have created for project number 1 and use for your second project. Same you should use for your third project. Same way you can do for your 10 project. Again, for the storage, same configuration you should use for your second project. Same will go for your third project and other as well. So instead of doing copying whole code for your second project, copying whole code from your first project for the third project, you should be creating a blueprint in a such a way so this network can be used for your multiple project. Guys, am I making sense? Wonderful. Yes. Great. Super. Now, this is the beauty, right? Once, use many times. So, we are going to Terraform basically modules gives us the blueprint and that we can going to use for our different resources. Now, how do we create this? There's no rocket science. It's extremely simple. We have to again create the TF file. That's all. Only thing is that we have to put things in the right directory. We have to create a directory and put the things in the right way. That what I was mean, structure your infrastructure in the right way. Okay, guys, I hope I'm making sense. Now, let's quickly recap this. Why this Terraform module is so important. As we said, really what does it mean making reusable? Okay, so reduced duplicate code, right? We don't want to use same code for the 10 project. Instead of, we want to use one code for the 10 project, right? So write once and use everywhere. Write for the first project, use for your another next 10 project, or maybe your 100 project. So this is reduce code duplication. What is another benefit? Maintainability and scalability, right? Now, as we need to do those encryption, so we should do in one configuration, test it, it's working fine, perfect. Go ahead and scale it for your another 100 applications. I don't care. I don't need to do the duplicate work, right? I don't need to test for the 100 applications, right? Just maintain at the one place, test at the one place, then scale it. This is beauty of scalability, right? And enforce all the security, all the best practices at the one place, not at the 100 or maybe 10 places. Again, it helps us in the collaboration and the faster deployment. And this is what we are trying to do. You are doing as a DevOps engineer, right, guys? If you all agree, you understood the importance of it. Now let's do some practical, creating your first Terraform module. Type module in the chat box, guys. If all clear, all good. Fantastic. Amazing, guys. Super. Guys, from last week, I was creating all this small example to make easy for you to understand. Otherwise it's very difficult. I come ahead and explain what is module, what is the workspace, work is a state file, right? It's supposed to take maybe a couple of hours. But without this practical, okay, we will always hanging around in the air. Okay, you will be not able to relate it. So relating is very, very important. Okay, perfect, guys. Super. So let's do that. So let me open my lab. Okay, let's create your first module. So now what we are going to do, we are going to create a couple of folder and a structure. Let's go to the terminal. Let me clear the screen. And before that, let me delete everything. Otherwise, I will forget. And this is going to charge to me a lot, because I don't have any free tier anymore. Okay. Anyways, I will delete it later, guys. Let not waste your time. Okay. Your time is important for me. Okay. So now what we are going to do, let's ahead. We are going to create, okay, not here. This is our main directory. CD. Okay. Then create this mkdi Terraform project. Okay. Let's go to our terminal, sorry, Visual Studio Code. And here we have our Terraform project. Okay. Now here we are going to create the CD to our Terraform project. Everyone, please try to understand, focus. Now we are going to make a Terraform module. Okay, guys, try to understand what we are doing here. Now we are in our Terraform project, right? And here we are going to create a new folder called Terraform module. Terraform module. And here, now let's cd there. cd in the module. And this module, we are going to create our VNet module. Our VNet module. Okay. And then let's do the cd in the VNet module. And now here we are going to touch the 3 file, main, var, and output. So as I said, this is module is just a structure. You need to structure your module and then you have to use it in the right way. I will explain. Now what we did, we came into the VNet module and we created these 3 files. Let's go here. Okay, where we are, if you span a little bit more, VNet module, we have 3 files. So what we are going to do here, let's go and create our main file content. Now see here, what you see in this module, everything we are taking as a variable, right? Because now we know for the 10 applications, they are going to use the different VNet name. They will be deploying the different location. They will have the different resource group. They will have the different space, right? Address space. So that is the most important things you will be doing when you are creating the module. Everything will be parameterized. Everything will come as a variable. So different teams can use as per their needs. Guys, if you're clear, making sense, type MK in the chat box. Very good. Now, most importantly, in the variable file, we should have very good description of each and every variables. So when team will use this blueprint, this module, they will understand how many variables they need to pass and what is purpose of each of all these variables, right? Now you see we have written very good description. And again, we have to make sure in the output, you are outputting as much as details as needed. Because this is the beauty of the blueprint, right? When they're going to use it, so we are not going to allow them to do any changes in this module, right? So this will be super usable. So if someone needs the subnet ID, we can give them the subnet ID. If someone needs the VNet ID, because they need to use VNet for the different purpose. They need subnet ID for the different purpose, right? So we should be giving all those details. Guys, so far so all good and making sense. Type good in the chat box. Never ever use the default value. Okay. When you are making the module, people don't going to use your default value. Okay. Don't use that. Now we set up, that's all, nothing else. Now our VNet module is ready. It's very simple, not so complex. We are trying to understand this. Now we want to test it. To test it, what we need to do, we need to go in our main directory. Okay, cd 2 steps back, we came in our Terraform project, and here again we are going to create our sorry, no, I went at the wrong place. cd workspace, then Terraform project. Yes, now I need to create these 3 files. Okay, let's verify this. Go here. Now let's go here. Let me close all these. Now you see here in Terraform module, right? VNet module, we have all these 3. Now in the main, I have created main, output, and variable, right? Now we are going to use the network module for this project, right? So what do we need? Again, we need here our main file, right? Let's go ahead, make it very simple. Very simple, okay? And here. Now see what we are doing here. In the main, okay, of course, we have the providers, right? Then here we are going to create the resource group, right? And for the resource group, we are passing the names and the location. And of course, all these things, again, you can put in the variable. But I'm trying to make it simple for you to understand for time being, okay? Now here, we are going to create the network module. Everyone, try to understand. So now here, we are going to create network using the module. What is this? This is module. This is not a resource. This is not output. This is not provider. What is this? This is module. So now we are using new keyword module, and which module? Network, right? And when as soon as you will use this module network, then Terraform understand you are using a module to create. You are going to create a module network, right? And it will go and try to find details within your this project code. As we know, it loads everything, right? Now we need to give the source of your module. Where is your module? And here you see source is this location. Okay, go back in the module and then vnet module. Guys, everyone try to understand here. So currently this module location is where? This in my current repository. It could be in GitHub or could be in the Terraform cloud. But currently what we are using in the local. So we are telling here is the source of our location of our module, and then we are passing all the details. VNet name, location, resource group name, address space, subnet, and subnet prefix ID. Here we are passing everything. Now all these variables you need to match as per these variables, and I have did already. Okay, guys, so far so this is clear. Type clear in the chat box. Very good. Now if you did it, this is very simple. We have to go, okay, and clear the screen and type Terraform init from where? From our main directory. Now what you see here is initializing the backend, is also initializing the module. Now we are using the module, but this on the local, it could be remote as well, right? Which module? Network in where this is present in Terraform module VNet. Okay, now rest of things is as it is. Perfect. Now let's clear the screen and Terraform apply. Of course, you can do the plan. Okay. Okay, let's run the plan once again here. Okay, now we know what is the problem. What is the problem? Subscription ID, right? Because when I was creating these all yesterday, I was using the service principal. But to show you people how we use it, I have deleted my service principal, right? So now I have to do everything here. Anyways, no problem. Save this, go ahead, clear the screen and run the plan. Perfect. It looks good. It's going to create the 3 resources, 0 changes. We see all those resources, right? Now we can go ahead and do the Terraform. Apply minus auto approve. Now this will go ahead and create the network, right? Now we need to understand very important things, how to use this module in for our application. Okay, now you see this is creating, it will go ahead, of course, create, no problem. But now we need to understand how to use this module. So here we are now going to create the virtual machine, right? So network is got created. We have to create the virtual machine. So in main.tf, we'll go ahead and add this additional code. Okay. Now network got created, correct guys? So to create the virtual machine, we need another piece of code. First things, we need the Azure network interface. Okay. So I'm giving this name. And here, guys, try to understand. This is most important for you now. Guys, you can see my screen. Type SA in the chat box. Now, the resources we created with the module, that resources we need to use for our new resources, right? Like we are going to create the Azure network interface. Perfect. So to create the network interface, it need to be created inside a subnet. Network interface always get created in a subnet. So we need to know subnet ID, right? So if you see here, we need the subnet ID. Then how we are calling this? For that, we are calling with the module. Guys, how do we call variables? Abdullah, no problem. You can watch this recording once again. You can watch it. Okay. Maybe people are tired now. We are going to stop very soon. It's very long day for us. We already spent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my God. 6.5 hours. Guys, hats off for sitting with me for the long day. Perfect. With the wire, Abdullah. Abdullah, your brain is working absolutely fine. Yes. So we use where, right? Similar, when we need to use the module, we use keyword call module. Guys, this is small things you need to understand, okay? So as I see, when you create the module, we use the module variable, var, right? When you need to access it. So if you understand all these small things, it becomes easy for you, right? So here, module, then which module? Network. Where is the network module? Here, right? And from this network module, what? Subnet ID, right? Now this is going back where? In the output section. It will go back in the output of our this variable and output. Here it will see the subnet ID. Guys, it is clear, making sense? Type MK in the chat box. Perfect. Very nice. Okay. So that I wanted to make you understand is very important. Okay. Now we did that. Now actually we want to create the virtual machine. So we need some more code. Let me copy this and paste here. And again, we are going to use a lot of details from the networks. Okay. So like if you go here, okay, again, now you see it's not very good code, but again, you can make it very good if you want, but it's just a demo purpose to make you understand. Now I put the code for the virtual machine. Okay. Now let's go ahead and again apply this. Apply was here. Okay, auto approve. It will go ahead and create the virtual machine for us. Now you see how we are using. What does it mean? Now for the next project, you can go ahead and use this whole module. Guys, for your next project, you can go ahead and use this whole module, network module, right? Or maybe this module you can host in the GitHub, or maybe in some cloud location you can use for your different project. Right, guys? If yes, type yes in the chat box. Very good. Guys, now this is going to create the virtual machine. Okay. Now, again, as I said, we can make it more beautiful. How? In this, I have again code for the variables for the main project. If you go here in variables, I can paste this. Okay. Everything's okay. But anyways, this is you already know, right? So my only point was to show you how to create the module. Guys, if all clear, all good, type module in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Guys, and that was all about the module. And now you have your last project. Let me share my slide. Okay. Deploy your epic book. Now, to deploy your epic book, okay, I want you to deploy and make this as a production standard. If you see epic book on either Azure and AWS, make production grade Terraform. Okay. And how do you make a production grade Terraform? Let me open this, and I have explained here given the requirement. Okay. You have to use dynamic variable, create reusable modules, use the workspace, use remote backend, make sure you have the state file locking. In Azure, it works by default. For AWS, you have to make this, and you have to do two deployment, one for the development, one for the production. So all the knowledge what you have got today, you have to implement everything in this project. So this is your last project of this week. Guys, this is exciting. Good. Type EX in the chat box. Perfect. Guys, that's pretty much for today. We already spent more than 6.5 hours. And there's a lot of things also we can go ahead and cover in the Terraform. Everyone, please turn on your video. I want to see you all. Everyone. Everyone, turn on your videos, put a smile on your face and laugh. Give the emoji laugh. Did that work, guys? Long days. A smiley emoji. Everyone. Wow. Great. Super. Amazing. Very good. Guys, great work. It's been a long day and we learned a lot. I was trying to simplify as much as I can to get the best experience of it. And now, this is all about the Terraform, or do we have the more things? So guys, there is other things as well, but this is most important things you should know. So in this cohort, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to cover all the important things that you should know as a DevOps engineer, and to become a engineer, change your mindset towards engineer rather than doing copy and paste. What I see in these generations, okay, people do copy and paste a lot. Okay, they get the error, they go search in the Google. Now they become more advanced, Gen Z, right? They go use ChatGPT. So this is how not engineer works, right? So you need think. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here, I'm giving all fundamentals what you need to become a DevOps engineer. Rest of things you can learn on the job. I can go and talk so many things, right? But trust me, unless and until you need it, And more importantly, you will do it, you will never understand. So if someone asks, okay, did you use Terraform? Of course, I did it. What did you use it? I deployed these two applications. Okay, here is the URL. This was 2-tier application. It was 3-tier applications. I used this one. Give the real scenarios. Give the real connecting strings. The way we have understood today, right? We understood why we use variables, right? Why we use workspace, why we use module, right? Why we use remote backend. Now we understood with the real example, right? We are facing some challenges. We had some pain point, and with this all feature, we were solving this pain point, right? So it didn't matter if you have the real experience or not. If you go and talk in this language with me, right? You say, hey, honestly, I don't have any real-time experience, but I did training with this guy or here, okay? And I deployed this application. And then in these applications, okay, we were creating the infrastructure in a team. We were a team of the 10 people. And then we're having this problem, okay? So we created backend or Terraform backend in the Azure because we had this problem. Once you tell this, okay, he will understand, okay, this person didn't walk in, but he know, right? Why he created backend in the remote? Why not on the local, right? Why you use the work group, workspace, right? If you give the real example, they will understand. And this is good enough for me to make sure, yes, this person knows he did some good work, guys. So always keep this in mind. And then show the confidence, the rest I will do it. If in 2 days in this AI world, I'm not able to if you're not able to write the code, right, then you are not the engineer. Now, writing a code is just plain English now. It's so simple, right? So always understand the concept, understand the logic, understand the flow, and rest of things you will do it. Okay, guys, I'm making sense. All good. Give me heart. Perfect. Super. Amazing. Great, guys. Super. Guys, it's been a very long day and we try to cover as much as we can. And please go ahead, take some rest, sleep well. And I know some people go and start straight creating the assignment, doing the assignment. I see some tags and notification. I understand, okay. And I know maybe some of you are already working, you don't have the time, but make sure to rest well, okay. Take the proper rest and wake up tomorrow early morning and then start doing your assignments. And I think that's good enough for the Terraform. And the remaining things, when you know the documentation, go ahead, look at there, right? Use it. And there's no rocket science. Okay, guys, with that notes, thank you so much, you all beautiful people. And thanks a lot again for the co-mentors. I have huge respect for you guys, yeah. Means having such a huge experience, right? And you are still here with us, supporting everyone. I cannot express in the words. And guys, this was not possible without these amazing people. So Manish, Pravin, Abhishek, Vezdan, Abdul Rahman, Yasim, you guys are amazing. Some other names are Novel, okay. Love you guys. Thank you so much for coming forward, helping these communities. Let's make this world a better place to live, each other, and help the community. Thank you so much. Wish you great rest of the day and the evening and the morning, afternoon, based on your time zone and location, and the rest of the good weekend as well. See you guys on the next week. Do the assignment, sleep well, rest well, and thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please do your
Bye.
assignments. Just focus on that. Thank you.
Yes, do your assignments.
Yeah. And you can also discuss in Discord channel. We can help each other, right? So please join there also. Let us
Yeah, guys,
do
I think it's
healthy
very,
discussion.
as Pravin is saying, okay, I think Pravin is a little bit now is all commenter actives, right? So listen them, okay, hear them. So try to help each other is most important. Okay. So
Yes.
this is the spirit of the community. Okay. I'm doing my work. I prepare whole week to good stories, good assignments. I'm coming and delivering my things.
Some
at
of us
done.
have
Okay.
last
Remaining
assignments.
things is done by your co-mentors, right? And same things you also need to do, right? When you are solving some problems, some your colleagues is getting stuck, then do your part, right? I'm doing my part, co-mentors doing their part, your community manager doing his part in the operations, right? And you can solve the assignment and help other people if you do it. So again, your co-mentor will not get burned out, right? So they will only jump into the real problem where you are facing, right? Maybe reviewing your all assignments, giving them some good comments, right? So this is their prime job, and ask some good questions so they can bring their industry experience, right? So I think that should be this is the community work. Yeah, commenters, over to you if you want to add something still.
Sir, actually, they all know very well about chat GPT and all these things. So small problem you can just check there and you can resolve there, right? And for if you face really some problem, then you can discuss here in Discord channel. We are here to help you all. And, we can help each other to solve their problem. And I know you are already doing excellent job. I can see your LinkedIn post and all your assignments. That's very impressive actually. So I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, true. You know, guys, today's people get hired not for the technical knowledge. People are getting hired who know AI. AI is not doing big things in the industry. What I see as of now, okay, but it's very important for you know the AI, how to use these AIs, okay, to become productive. The current work, what I'm doing, creating all these assignments that I use a lot AI, is not possible. I have been creating content of 5 years ago, right? And it takes a lot of time. It's a lot of time. I took 6 months to create my first course, right? Now, if I need to create my first course, I can do it maybe in the 1 month because now tools are available, right? So use it in the right way.
Hi, Pravin. Hi, everyone. Can we also announce champions of the week?
Yes, I totally forgot.
Yes, Akash.
I think people are already left.
Yeah. Did
Anyways,
someone leave?
we can do that.
Okay, I think then people who are here, they can, of course, convey the congratulations to the winners. Okay, let me share my screen.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I think, okay, so hi, everyone. It is my first. Okay, is my screen visible?
Not yet.
Okay.
It's coming up. Yes.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay, so hi, everyone. This is again your community manager. I come here to just share all these news. I hope you had a wonderful week, and I wish you uh, an even wonderful week ahead. Uh, Time for the champions. Before that, I just want to share a few things, right? So this is an entirely community-based cohort, right? And if you don't participate, there is not much we can do, right? So this is something that you have to understand. See, be it your showdown, where you are just mentioning things that you are doing and getting points, right? Showdown is a big event. And I'm telling you that when we celebrate the winners, uh, if you are not in the top two, you will feel that you lost something, right? And maybe when we know that there are people who have performed really well, we would of course remember their name, and we'll remember them for a long time. And when we plan something even better, or something that that can make you grow even further, maybe we'll remember their name and we'll reach out to them, right? So it's very important that you sort of come out of your comfort zone and just do a little bit more of the community work that we are doing. Not community work as we know it in the literal sense, but community work in terms of learning. All right. So that's my message, and we are running a little behind on the assignments. So I'll again request that the strategy should be very easy. You pick up the assignment that you can literally do in 1 to 2 hours, and then you go ahead and do things that you might take a little extra time, right? So this is how, if you do, you will be able to do it really well. Okay, so here are the champions. Group one. Uh, I really am not sure whether this is the real name, but if this person is here from group one, you can simply unmute yourself and just say hi. And is this your real name?
Hi, this is Drina.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, Adrina.
I'm sorry. There may be noise, but thank you
No
so much.
issues.
This is the second time. I'm really excited, and I
No. So
wasn't
did you
expecting it at all.
change your email address,
No, it's
Adrina?
the same.
It's the same. Okay, then
It,
I think we'll have to do a little bit of since you've already been awarded, so maybe this time we'll share it with someone else, Adrina, right? You are already a champion, and I hope
yes,
you wouldn't
yes,
mind, but again, it's very good
yes.
to know that you're doing a good job. So guys, again, this is for everyone, right? If you are
Thank you.
Yeah, guys, so this is real champions, okay? So once champion means you are really champion, okay? This is what we mean it. So now Adrena's son she's real champion, okay? It's not about the 1 week, okay? You have to be champion throughout the cohort, okay? Great, really amazing work.
yeah,
Maybe
okay.
yes, yeah, Akash, yes.
But for group one, I think we will, of course, we'll have to recognize someone who is coming for the first time. I was not aware of that. This is the champion. He is the champion, or I am not sure whether it's the real name, but he or she is the real champion. Can you please turn on your mic and say hi? By the way, it was the name that we had. So, uh, Hela, Helali, if I'm not wrong. Uh, so, yeah. So this person is the one from group two, that is our CI/CD squad. For group three, we have this person. Uh, well, I kind of doing the reshuffling for last you know uh, 2 times, and I know this person that he recently joined the group. Right, he was recently inducted in the top 100, and this is the kind of impact you make when you just join, and then in the next week you are awarded uh, the champion of the week, right? The important thing here is, the consistency. He did not give up, right? It was week 4 when we did the last reshuffling, and he continued submitting assignment, despite knowing it might or might not get through, right? Because it depends on a lot of factors. I also checked their attendance, okay, and for all the 3 people and the 2 that are coming, they are all very consistent in joining classes, right? Maybe in the previous batches, in the previous live sessions, maybe we don't have attendance of people who came from outside, but since the time he has joined, he is a consistent uh, you know performer. So if you are here, Olaten, can you please turn on your mic or camera and say hi?
Hello, thank you very much. I wasn't expecting this at all. I just want to say thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and giving me these spotlights. Thank you very
No,
much, and I hope to do more, to do better.
yeah,
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
you
Thank
deserve
you,
it.
Pravin. Thank you.
Okay. By the way, these are the comments from your co-mentor. Okay, so don't forget to thank them. So when they are saying impressive work, this is
Yes.
what uh, they are talking about. Okay. From group 4, we have Anuradha. Uh, Anuradha is our champion from group 4. If she's here, maybe.
Yeah, I'm there, but sorry about the camera. Thank you so much. I was just trying week by week just to be on time and finish the assignment, not looking
Mhm.
for anything better than that. But I got selected, and my team and my co-mentor Pravin and all have always been very helpful and supportive of any doubts or anything. They always helped in clearing that.
Mhm.
So thank you, and thank you Pravin Mishra also, because this has been a great. I'm a returnee, so this is like hands-on and all is a great thing for me to learn, and hoping that I get a job at some point in the future. Thank you so much.
Of course, our best wishes to you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Guys, maybe, since we are a community and when, such people, when they come out, and sort of are looking for opportunities, and if you find something, right, let's make it work for each one of us. Uh, yeah, so this is for group 5. Godwin is our champion for this week, and this is the comment. I'm assuming, not assuming, basically, it is for the fact that your co-mentor was very happy. So uh, given you a good long comment, right? Very impressive. And this is the impact, right? So right now, you guys might have seen. So first, let's congratulate Godwin. Godwin, are you here? Okay. So I think then people from group 5, they can go ahead and congratulate him in the group. Now I want to comment on this part particularly on the blog part. See, guys, the point is we are asking you to sort of do LinkedIn posts and write blogs. Uh, of course, there is a little bit of our own growth because we get to reach to more people like yourself. You were also there somewhere there, and when you saw some post from Praveen or someone else, you must have then joined this, right? So this is of course for us. But I'll tell you, there is even a greater, uh, you know, outcome for you in the future. This is your personal growth that you are putting out on your profile, and this is of course taking you, helping you climb that ladder that you have always trying to do. Now, what blogs do? Blogs are simple. Right now, we have announced next cohort, right? You must have seen that we have announced that we will be doing another 3 cohort because we are getting a lot of requests. So we have announced the next cohort, and you will be surprised that the way, although of course you are also part of that growth that we are seeing because you are posting things and people are seeing it. But when I see that people are actually reading blog and then coming to us, this is the real impact, right? And not just that they are telling us that they came from the blog. They are also telling us that the blog was really really nice. And I was surprised, or they were the people who are commenting about the blog. They are surprised that people who are actually fresher are able to write with so much clarity, right? So this is the impact that you are making, and I really hope that this momentum continues for at least people who are active. Okay, so with that, I think I won't take much of your time. If you have anything to share, you can unmute. Otherwise, I just congratulate all the champions and all the best for your next week. No, so I guess there are no comments, there are no questions. Praveen, I think now you can come back and
Perfect.
wrap it up.
So yeah, thank you so much, Akash, and all commenters for putting all the effort and doing all this great work, guys. I cannot do that, right? Because it's not possible for me, and this we cannot do without your help, all commenter help and the Akash help, guys. So please give heart to all your commenters and the Akash once again. Please, guys, please go ahead. They deserve. They deserve. Perfect. Super. Thank you so much. And one great thing, I think Samantha is here. Okay. So I think Samantha, you can unmute yourself. You are still here. Looks like.
Hello. Hey. Yeah,
Hello,
I want to say
congratulations.
thank you. Yeah, I didn't expect this. Yeah, thank you very much. And to my mentors and also to you and to all the cohort. Thank you. Yeah.
Great, super. I think she's also doing great work. I see she's super active, super active. Okay, whether this is LinkedIn or Discord or YouTube. Okay, so great work. Keep it up. And just I wanted to add one more point. Okay, I don't want to take you more time because it's been very long day. So see, as Akash said, if someone is getting noticed you by the blog, okay, by the LinkedIn post, so see the impact what you are leaving, right? So why they are coming to us, right? Because of your LinkedIn post, because of your blog post, because you are building the trust, right? And why you are writing about our course? Because we build the trust for you, right? So when I'm building trust on you, someone is building trust on you, right? Similar, okay, when you go for the new roles, new job, and in your resume, when you put your blog link, your LinkedIn profiles, right, and your hiring manager, your HR, when he and she will see, so she will build the trust. When she will have the 100 resume, right, and one of the resume will be with the 10 blocks, right, super active on the LinkedIn, right, so you are the first runner, you are the first mover, right? So I think you will be the first person she's going to call and schedule interview for you, right? So this will be your selecting factors, right? So think, right? And most important things, okay, you run other people, left other people behind, and you build the trust before coming for the interview, right? You already build a trust, you leave a impact on your hiring manager, okay? He must go and at least skim through your blog post, right? Your LinkedIn profile and say, okay, now I have to be a bit careful, right? What I'm going to ask. This person already know this, right? He already aware of this, right? Then he do little bit more preparation. So imagine, right? Someone is coming to interview you, okay? Something already playing in his mind. So it's big impact, correct? Guys, same things happen to me, right? When I go for the interview, right? And I say, I'm the authorized trainer, right? So I deliver training to the corporate people. I'm the author, right? People have to think, I'm not being arrogant, right? But people has to think they're going to interview a author. They need to think one time, right? What they're going to ask, right? So it's the impact. This is the brand, right? This is the trust. So when we say now we know LinkedIn is over flooded, okay, but there's no real content, guys, okay. The content what I write, okay, the books what I write, blog what I write, other people cannot do that. There is a people, I'm not saying I'm the super, right, but we make the difference, right? So go and do your own way, okay, create your own presence, and trust me, it will leave the impact. And we are trying to give you holistic knowledge transformation so you can have some good job, okay, you get success in your career, and this is only our motive, that's all. And this will be the biggest things, okay, the way the day you can go ahead and tag me, your commenters, guys, I got the job. Wow, that will be the best things for us out of this cohort, okay. So do your great work, try to create the holistic impact, okay, get a holistic knowledge, and trust me, it will have the good impact on you. Okay guys, I think I need to stop here, I keep talking, okay. Once again, thank you so much. Over to the commenter if someone want to add any points here.
Sir, they are already doing great job actually. So I am very happy with them. Thank you so much.
True. Abhishek, Manish, any words from you? Yasim?
Really satisfied with their work.
Super.
They are doing the great job that they're doing their assignment in time and all the thing they are giving the result at a good uh, way. So we are happy with their performance.
Super, very nice. Okay, guys, thank you so much once again. Have a good rest of the day, morning, evening, and the rest of the weekend. And see you guys next week. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye. Bye, everyone.
Bye bye.